Right. It's like we are good to start anytime.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I call this meeting of the LCCMR to order. Do we have a quorum?
We
Yes, a
do.
quorum
Yes.
is present. And before we go to a roll call today, um, I'm hoping members can take a little bit of time to think about the life and legacy of Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman. I know I've been thinking about how she appointed me to this position. And how grateful I am. And I've been thinking a lot about our friend Melissa and our friend Mark Hortman, and how so much of what their children say is their legacy is also the legacy and mission of the LCCMR, whether it's planting a tree, encouraging people to use parks, go for a bike ride, go for a paddle, and how much of what we do here is really connected to that work. I'm also thinking about our friend Senator Hoffman, who has been on a member of the LCCMR and his wife Yvette as they recover, and we hope that they can enjoy trees and getting outside here too soon here as well. So I'm hoping members we could just take a quick moment to reflect on that in silence in your own tradition. But if you can just join me in a little bit of a pause here for a second, I think that would be nice for us to do. Thank you. I think now we will take attendance.
Great. Chair Albright.
Chair Albright, present.
Albright, present. Chair Herr. Chair Herr. Oh, Chair Herr. Chair Jordan.
Jordan, present.
Jordan, present. Beeman.
Beeman, present.
Beeman, present. Faber. Faber is excused. Fisher.
Chair present.
Fisher, present. Green. Green.
Present.
Hedstrom.
Hedstrom, present.
Hedstrom, present. Heinzman.
Heinzman, present.
Heinzman, present. Langseth.
Langseth, present.
Langseth, present. Lilly.
Present.
Lilly, present. McEwen.
Present.
McEwen, present. Moore.
Moore is present.
Moore, present. Putnam.
Present.
Putnam, present. Reese. Reese. Scraba. Scraba. Westrom. Westrom. Okay, and I just want to confirm I did get Senator Green as present. So we have 12 members present, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't believe we have minutes ready for today, so we'll do minutes at a later date. Next is conflicts of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none. Director's report. Any director's report from Director Nash?
Great, Madam Chair and members, and just about the conflict of interest, we have business related to both 2025 work plans today, as well as 2026 presentations. So on the meeting page, we have posted the conflict of interest that have been reported to us in both of those situations. Of course, the new members don't know if they have any conflict of interest for 2025s at this time, and I think we're just going to be taking a vote on a collection of work plans at the same time, so that should not be an issue for conflict of interest. But if you do have a conflict of interest for 2026s, we do ask that you verbally declare those at this time. So maybe we just want to give another moment here for members to check that list that's posted on the conflict of interest agenda item.
members any conflicts of interest?
I do have a conflict of interest. I'm trying to find the project number right now. This is Commissioner Langsoff.
Take your
Oh,
time,
here.
Commissioner.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, here it is. It's proposal 2026-396, Southeast Minnesota Groundwater Protection Soil Health Initiative. Thank you.
Okay. I will go ahead with the rest of the director's report, which is just going through some of the logistics for today and the rest of.
I'm sorry, Becca, this is Monica Hedstrom, and I'm not sure how to do this to report the conflicts of interest. So I
Great.
do have 2026-255, 2026-318, and 2026-465. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you, members. I will go ahead with our logistics for the week. So presentations today are from 8:30 to 4 p.m., followed by 2 items of business, approving work plans for projects funded in 2025, getting an update from Crane Lake and taking action on a request of theirs for a land interest conveyance. And then we'll move the reviewing and discussion of the ML 2025 session report later this week. There has been a line in state announced for Melissa and Mark Hortman on Friday from noon to 5 p.m. So I checked with the chairs this morning, and there is interest in shortening our meeting on Friday to potentially end at noon. And so what we could do is forego the business in the afternoon of Friday. And then also staff is trying to reschedule some of those afternoon presenters to breaks and the end of day today, tomorrow, and Thursday. So they are working with that, working on that, and we will give an update to you, but that may mean that we have slightly longer meetings tomorrow and Wednesday. Presentations are 15-minute time slots, 5 minutes for presentations and 10 minutes for Q&A. The chair, however, can use discretion to go over this time if there is need to do so, especially for large projects. Category G projects, which are the small projects, those are mostly scheduled for Friday, and they'll be rescheduled as we're able to make happen. And those are in 10-minute slots, 5 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes for Q&A. For presenters and members, we do have a timer that should show up in its own window here on Zoom. And you are welcome to pin that if you'd like. For pacing yourself, we'll be setting it for the full 15 minutes for these first presentations, and then 10 minutes for the others. We do ask presenters to self-monitor their time, and the chair may cut you off if we're running behind. But again, the chair may also use their discretion to take more time if needed. If we are running too far ahead, we may need to take a break to get back on schedule, or we can pull in some business from later on in the day to fill that gap until we were able to get back on schedule. Members should use the Zoom function to raise your hands if you have questions, and the chair will take your questions in the order raised. If we run behind, the chair may ensure everyone has a chance to speak once before taking second questions, and you will need to turn on your microphones to speak. The presentation schedule that is posted on the meeting page provides a direct link to the proposal in case you'd like to view it during the presentation. You can also access the proposal in the online system and on our funding process page. Presenter scheduling conflicts did not allow the presentations to go perfectly in order by priority category and environment ENRTF ID number, although it is almost exactly perfect. So, but we are asking that the chair will announce each presentation by stating the category, the proposal ID, the proposal title, and then the line number on your evaluation number 2 form. We provided evaluation instructions and a spreadsheet by email to you last night, and your individual evaluations and allocations need to be entered into the spreadsheet and submitted to staff or entered directly in the online system by 4:30 p.m. on July 9th. We'll break around noon for lunch. Members and presenters will be sent to separate break rooms until we're ready to reconvene. The main room will continue to be broadcast on YouTube. So if you somehow bounce out of your break room back to the main meeting room, please keep your camera off and your microphone muted unless you want to be broadcast on YouTube. Finally, Madam Chair, I would just say that letters of support or opposition that have been received since the last meeting are posted on the meeting page. I think there's actually only one collection of letters of support for one proposal. And then with that, I'll complete my director's report.
Thank you, Director Nash. Members, we're going to get started here. And presenters, thank you for your patience. Our first presentation is Category A, Resiliency, ID 2026-085, Community Resilience through AmeriCorps, which is line 10 on your evaluation form. Welcome, please, speakers. Please introduce yourselves for the record and then proceed with your presentation.
Good morning. My name is Julia Quandrud, and I'm the CEO of Serve Minnesota, Minnesota's State Commission on National and Community Service. We are a nonprofit created by the legislature with a governor-appointed board, and we combine public and private dollars, strong community partnerships, and proven research to deliver high-impact AmeriCorps service programs. Over the course of 1 year, Minnesotans who participate in these programs earn a stipend and affordable benefits, receive on-the-job and training and in-demand credentials, and earn a scholarship for further education or to repay student loans. AmeriCorps provides a triple bottom line for Minnesota: high-impact service supporting communities across the state, valuable training and on-the-job experience for program participants, and accessible pathways that build Minnesota's workforce. One of the ways AmeriCorps supports communities in Minnesota is by expanding their capacity to tackle environmental challenges, such as preserving their tree canopy or restoring habitat. Without that additional capacity, critical functions will remain unaddressed for these communities, jeopardizing the health of forests, waters, and lands that define Minnesota. Our Community Resiliency through AmeriCorps project answers that challenge by placing 150 AmeriCorps participants in statewide partner organizations to expand the environmental capacity of communities and directly enhance Minnesota's resilience, supporting the LCCMR ENRTF's framework around resilience and expanding on critical work currently generously funded by LCCMR. Serve Minnesota's role is to ensure programs are based on the evidence of what works and utilize evaluation to drive program improvements so we know that Minnesota sees real results. Conservation Corps of Minnesota and Iowa is our implementation partner on this project, overseeing AmeriCorps participant recruitment, training, supervision, and professional development. We have previously worked with AMPACT as our implementation partner and have seen the tremendous impact possible through this project. We are excited that one of our oldest environmental partners in AmeriCorps, Conservation Corps, has agreed to take on this project from AMPACT, allowing us to build on the already impressive results and leverage Conservation Corps' deep experience and expertise in this project. Now I'm pleased to turn it over to Nalani McCutcheon with Conservation Corps.
Thanks, Julia. Chair Jordan and members. My name is Nalani McCutcheon, and I'm the Executive Director of Conservation Corps Minnesota and Iowa. At CCMI, we equip emerging leaders with the skills, job skills through meaningful service opportunities focused on environmental stewardship. We've been doing natural resource stewardship work as a nonprofit in Minnesota for 22 years, and we're thrilled to be able to bring our expertise to this project. As Julia noted, the Community Resiliency through AmeriCorps project will place 150 AmeriCorps members in partner organizations across the state. We work alongside those site partners who host those members to pursue critical work that would remain undone without this partnership. We equip our AmeriCorps members with comprehensive training at the start of their service and continue to prepare them based on the local needs of their project. A large percentage of our CCMI members receive chainsaw certification. They get pesticide applicator licenses and are trained in both fire and disaster response, just to name a few of the kinds of things that we are able to provide them. These members work within their communities to address local needs, including trail maintenance, tree care, habitat restoration, invasive species management, stormwater management, and waste reduction, the whole gamut. We expect that 70% of our partner sites will report measurable increases in their organizational effectiveness, efficiency, and operational capacity as a result of this project. And this expectation is consistent with the results that LCCMR has seen in its previous investments over the past 2 years. This work also creates a pipeline of natural resource leaders. Last year, 85% of our CCMI AmeriCorps members reported having been better prepared for their next job as a result of their service experience, and 92% reported developing workforce readiness skills as a result of their service. So this project will have long-term lasting impact for the natural world in Minnesota.
Serve Minnesota and Conservation Corps have a strong record of success. For over 20 years, we've designed and scaled evidence-based programs that get real results and address critical challenges across the state. LCCMR funds will unlock matching funds from the federal government, bringing an additional $2.5 million to this project. In the words of one of our Northeast Minnesota partners, AmeriCorps has been essential in meeting our mission. We have hosted 4 AmeriCorps members over the last 4 years, and they have been able to advance our clean energy, resilient communities, natural resources, and agriculture and food systems work. Larissa is working on wild rice with community partners. Annie and Nellie are working on the landfill closure issue by developing organics removal and composting. Sarah is working on net zero low-income affordable housing. And all of our AmeriCorps members are working on a project to add idle land back into forest to support more resiliency with our existing forests. The natural resource support we have through these AmeriCorps members is significant and important. On behalf of Serve Minnesota, Conservation Corps, and our statewide partners, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you. I would also like the record to show that Commissioner Westrom is present and Commissioners Reese and Scraba are excused. Members, any questions? Okay, seeing none. Oh, Commissioner Beeman.
Yes, thank you. I think one of the questions we had when we were initially reviewing some of this was, what happens with your proposal if the federal AmeriCorps program were to be reduced or eliminated, as unfortunately has seemed to be in the news lately?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can address that. So obviously CCMI is thus far been based on having AmeriCorps members to do work. We are currently piloting crews that are not AmeriCorps members. And next year we'll be launching 3 different crews that are not AmeriCorps members. So we're well on our way to be able to continue to do this project regardless of whether AmeriCorps exists or not. Obviously, it will be easier if we have AmeriCorps funding, but we are well prepared to be able to do this regardless.
Madam Chair, members, what I'll add is that one of the reasons we're proud to partner with Conservation Corps on this work is that Conservation Corps has demonstrated remarkable adaptiveness and diversity in their revenue. They have shown us that they can pivot, they can be responsive in a dynamic federal funding environment. I will also say that as we, the next program year has already been allocated by Congress. And so as we continue to work with Congress on FY26 appropriations, we also are thoughtful about making sure that Minnesota's AmeriCorps programs are evidence-based and able to demonstrate real results so that the return on investment is clear to Congress. Finally, what I would add is that we have successfully leveraged not just the federal resources, but we've brought private resources to bear as well. So we've brought in investments from the philanthropic community. further ensuring that we have revenue and diversity and the ability to withstand dynamics in the federal funding environment.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you. First, I got to ask if you can hear me because I don't think they heard me before. Okay.
We can hear you.
I was looking through your project, and it shows on activity 1 that the activity budget is 1.5 million for 150 AmeriCorps members. But breaking it down, you're going to do 50 a year. So the 15 or 1.5 million looks like it, if on the rest of it, that it should have been for training 50 instead of 150. You have 150 total over the 3 years, correct?
That's correct.
So if you got 150 total over 3 years, then, and that the training budget is 1.5, then you're 3 million. Where's the other 3 million plus the federal? And I realize that there's a pretty good chunk of it going for the administrator, but.
Yeah, so we've got 1.5 million going to recruiting, training, and deploying the 150, so 50 AmeriCorps participants per year. We've got 1.5 million going towards activity 2, which is the community-specific projects. And then activity 3 is 1.5 million going to operational capacity. Does that address your question?
I better go through the channels here, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Green.
Yeah, that does answer some of the questions, but it still doesn't look like it's really adding up. I'm glad to see that there's some for actual projects in there. I'd like to know a little bit more about the projects specifically, but that'll come a different time. But you still got the 1.5 million then for the get down to activity 3 here. For the improved operational capacity. Could you just touch on that? And then also I'll just ask you too, if you don't get the full amount, because 4.5 is a lot, we've got a lot of projects to go through. Is the project scalable?
Yeah. Go ahead. Mr. Van Ven.
Madam Chair, members, I would say that so the way it breaks down, it's split across those 3 activity areas per year. So 1.5 million per year across the 3 activity or areas. You asked specifically about measurably improving operational capacity. So things we're talking about there are improving community engagement, data collection and analysis, process improvement, the ability of organizations to manage and mobilize volunteers, workforce development, and the coordination of direct service. So those are specific capacity building activities that expand on communities' abilities to address environmental issues that require human capacity. I'll let Nalani speak to scaling, but I do believe that this is a scalable project that we are able to maneuver around.
I absolutely believe that it's a scalable project.
Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions from members? Okay. Thank you. So I think we'll move on to our next project then, which is on line 11, 2026-155, preparing resilient communities with model land use ordinances. I believe we are here, and to the MPCA, please proceed.
Good morning, co-chairs and members of the commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Kristen Morose-Reese, and I serve as the coordinator of the Minnesota Green Step Cities and Tribal Nations program at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. I'm here to present a proposal that directly supports Minnesota's communities in building long-term resilience, socially, economically, and environmentally, through the modernization of local land use ordinances. Why does this matter? Because the challenges facing our communities today, from extreme weather to housing shortages, to managing new technologies like data centers and autonomous vehicles, they require that local governments have strong, clear, and forward-looking policy tools. Land use ordinances are one of the most critical tools local governments have to guide how their communities grow and adapt and protect their natural resources. How can we support communities to adopt resilient local ordinances? A model ordinance is a customizable template developed by experts and tailored to local needs. It helps cities and towns create or update local laws on everything from energy efficiency and tree protection to managing growth, regulating new technologies, and protecting public health. Unfortunately, many of the Minnesota-made model ordinances available today are outdated. The last major update was in 2008. Since then, best practices have evolved significantly, and so have the needs of our communities. With $480,000 in ENRTF funding, we propose hiring a full-time coordinator to lead a statewide effort to review, update, and create model ordinances that promote resilience and protect natural resources. This initiative will analyze up to 21 existing model ordinances and 12 to 15 ordinances on new topics, such as district energy systems, tiny homes, electric vehicles, local food systems, and more. We will work closely with state agencies, technical experts, and partner organizations such as the Minnesota chapter of the American Planning Association, local and regional planners, and community leaders. And special attention will be paid to the needs of small and rural communities to ensure that these tools are truly usable and adaptable. The proposal includes the facilitation of peer cohorts, groups of local governments working together on implementation, and provide one-on-one technical assistance so that communities aren't left to figure it out alone and that they have the support they need to see their ordinances adopted. Additionally, we will share success stories and publish practical examples and case studies to inspire others. When local governments see examples from their peers and receive support, they are more likely to take action and sustain that action. Why do this through ordinances? Because ordinances are how communities define their values and protect what matters. They create fairness, foster strong relationships, and guide smart growth. And when we help local governments update them, we help shape how land is used, how water is managed, how trees are protected, and how we reduce fossil fuel use and emissions. This project directly supports ENRTF's goals. Adoption of model ordinances can help prevent sprawl and protect forests and farmland, improve soil and water quality, reduce energy demand and promote renewables, support wildlife and pollinator habitats, and critically reduce long-term municipal costs and staff time. And what's the outcome? A trusted, easy-to-use suite of ordinances and tools that guide communities to protect natural resources, reduce emissions, enhance livability, and build resilience to climate change. It's an investment in capacity and in local leadership. In the long term, these updated model ordinances will be maintained and shared through the Green Step program, ensuring they remain current and impactful beyond the life of this funding. This is a practical, timely, and high-impact initiative, and it builds on a proven framework that already exists. We are not starting from scratch. We're leveling up what's already working. Thank you for your time and consideration. I welcome any questions that you may have, and I respectfully ask for your support in preparing Minnesota's communities for a more resilient future.
First on my list for questions is Commissioner Westrom, and I'm also adding myself into the queue for a question. But go ahead, Commissioner Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the presenter. So why should we fund a statewide model ordinance for your agency? And then what stops every other agency from coming in and asking for this? And it kind of is right in the face of the idea of counties, which is not to have a model ordinance or a statewide guided principle of our values as a state, i.e., here's how you should do it. And the beauty of the counties is everybody can look a little different because Minneapolis and Hennepin County is different than Douglas County or Clearwater County. So I just wonder if this is really appropriate, and then how do we, you kind of brought it up, some of your agenda items are going to be what's part of this model, and climate change is the popular thing of today, but if that's what we're modeling it after, what happens when we swing back to the ice age of the 70s and then the ordinances? I just wonder if this is a little bit too much of state run guidance, and counties don't think for themselves if we do this. So can you just respond to that kind of overarching concern of making this too much of a statewide directive ordinance, and then counties feel the pressure to adopt it, or they see it as, well, let's just quickly do this, and there's lobby groups that push it, and all of a sudden we don't have the individuality of counties anymore.
To the MPCA.
Thank you, Chair and Member Westrom. Yes, thank you for that question. First, I would respond by saying that this would certainly be a partnership amongst agencies. The Green Step program already collaborates with multiple agencies who work on environmental issues. And so this would be of no difference to that. It just happens to be that my position in this proposal is housed within the Pollution Control Agency. And to your question about how this would prevent, a statewide kind of approach to how local decisions and ordinances are developed, we very intentionally do not want to see that. We understand very much that every community, county, city, townships are very much at the have the need of creating their own ordinances and addressing their own community issues. We would rather use this work for the models to create a tool that really helps identify and walks through the process of developing ordinances, identifies considerations and maybe alternatives or additional ideas for different types of communities based off of either where they're located, their size, their needs and priorities. So we are very, cognizant of the need to make sure that this is not a one-fits-all approach, and that it is something that communities can really use as a toolbox to address their own needs.
Thank you. My question is related to density and housing. All of the categories that you brought up, livability, resiliency, climate change, reducing urban sprawl, protecting farmland. It's undeniable that housing and housing density has a role in that. Do you plan on touching and studying housing density as it relates to urban, suburban, and rural communities in these model ordinances and providing model ordinances for cities and counties?
Thank you, Chair Jordan, for the question. Yeah, I think that the first part for this proposed project is to really do some analysis of what model ordinances already exist and where are there potential gaps in those resources for communities to address some of the needs that we're seeing today, especially. And I think that does include housing and potentially, density, and in terms of how that connects to the resilience that communities have in both the economy, their housing and affordable living as opportunities for residents, as well as land use decisions overall. And so I think that that is something that would be considered. The coordinator role would also have the task of talking with technical experts as well as communities and local planners to identify what topics to prioritize. We realize that it probably will not be possible to touch on every topic that we've kind of identified in this process. And so we, at the beginning, wanted to have the opportunity to really bring in the communities themselves and the local planners to identify which topics to prioritize. So I can't say for sure which would be included in the actual project, but they would be topics that are of interest and need from whom we're hearing from.
Thank you. Commissioner Albrecht, you had your hand up. Did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I, as a former assistant city planner and community development director, also worked in planning for a regional organization, Headwaters Regional Development Commission. This is really something that's needed. There used to be something called Minnesota Planning, a state agency that helped cities write their ordinances, and that was done away with. And so now it can be kind of lonely in a rural community where there is no planning staff. Basically, you have a public works director, and you have the administrator, and you have the mayor, and they're trying to figure out how do we do development in our community. And the creation of model ordinances is just very, very essential. It's important. And to the point, do we want statewide sort of look to everything? Well, we already have several ordinances, state statutes, I should say, that do dictate what cities can do. For example, if you have curb and gutter in your city, you're required with your MS4 permit to do things a certain way. We have a statewide shoreline ordinance that cities have to adhere to unless they make it more stringent. I mean, they can have local rules, but to the point that do we have some state ordinances that cities have to follow? Yes, we do. More than those, I would think. But some of the examples of how a model ordinance can help a community is to think about their community. For example, are there green belts existing in their community that are great for animals and birds that they want to preserve? Maybe they want to have a new kind of zone in their town that they've never thought of before. That's a green belt. Maybe they want to think about how do we, a lot of folks, even when I was working in the field, small communities would call me and say, people want to put up solar panels and we don't have any ordinance for that. What are you doing about that? And also, just the basics of how to begin writing an ordinance is really can be challenging. And so the Minnesota APA, American Planning Association, is very helpful with that. But I think having one of the things I really like about this is that you have this cohort group that you're hoping to create within rural areas that folks that are working in government can come together and talk about what they're doing and have people to call upon if they have questions. So thanks for this presentation. I really support it.
Any last questions from members? Okay, thank you. We will move on to our third project in the resiliency category. It is 2026-207, resilient and biodiverse community spaces, and it's on line 12 of your score form. And I believe we have Bowser here to tell us a little bit more about our project. So please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Jordan and Commission members. My name is Dan Shaw with the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources. Thank you for this opportunity to present this project focused on building resilient and biodiverse community spaces. This project is a partnership with Minnesota Department of Health, Pollution Control Agency, University of Minnesota, Great River Greening, Metro Blooms Audubon, and the Metropolitan Council, and we'll be bringing in many other partners to help advise the project as it progresses. I'll start off with addressing some of the problems that we're addressing. First, we've heard from many cities, counties, schools, tribes, and residents statewide interested in collaboration to address human and ecosystem health concerns from extreme drought, summer heat, chemicals, pollutants, high input lawns, decreasing biodiversity, compacted soils, wildfire risk, and impacted water resources. Several initiatives in Minnesota's Climate Action Framework Resilient Communities chapter are focused on the need for funding, collaboration, and technical support to increase the resiliency of landscapes within Minnesota communities. To address these needs, we will build momentum for statewide resiliency and biodiversity strategies through collaboration with our advisory team to focus on building 5 key aspects of resiliency, including human health, plant diversity, pollinator and wildlife health, soil health, and protection of water resources. This project will build on our current nationally recognized pollinator and habitat-friendly efforts to focus on a holistic approach to planning and incorporating a wide range of resiliency strategies into landscapes, including soil health practices and use of biochar, sustainable lawn care, lawn alternatives, prairie plantings, forest groves for bird conservation and mitigation, water management and conservation techniques, heat island mitigation, and managing wildfire risk, which is being added to our list of topics. The project will have several outcomes. First, partners will develop a resiliency and biodiversity planning guide for community spaces. The guide will include a framework for site assessment, resiliency scoring, calculating sequestration potential, project plan templates, and step-by-step guidance for resiliency strategies. The guide will focus on resiliency, which we're defining as the ability of landscapes to withstand and recover from impacts, but also include information for adaptation and measuring mitigation benefits of projects. The resiliency scoring method will provide an approach for measuring the outcomes of sites before and after implementation and will apply to a wide range of landscapes. Second, the new planning framework will be conducted at 5 case study projects, including parks, schools, and green spaces distributed across the state that will act as regional long-term training locations and demonstrate how resiliency strategies can be combined as part of projects. The projects will be selected through ranking criteria that will include vulnerability to climate impacts, equity, community conservation, and other criteria, and will be planned in collaboration with Great River Greening, Metro Blooms, and Audubon. We will also train at least 500 professionals and community partners through 2 on-site trainings and case study projects and 2 webinars focused on resiliency assessment, scoring, planning, implementation, and management. Resiliency guidance through planning and design consultations will also be provided to at least 15 Minnesota communities by the project team to build collaboration for climate and biodiversity planning. The new program resources, including the story map that summarizes case study information, will be added to Bowser's Climate Resiliency and What's Working web pages and linked to the Green Step Cities program web pages. Through past LCCMR projects, we've built connections with hundreds of conservation professionals and over 30,000 Minnesota residents, which provides a unique opportunity to communicate with them about this project and increase awareness and momentum for resiliency projects. In summary, we see this project as an important next step to build upon our current efforts and address a wide range of landscape stressors and resiliency needs across the state of Minnesota. Thank you. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the presenter? Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very interesting project. Bowser has been just a key agency to help in rural Minnesota with a lot of different projects, whether that's cover crops or in this community, Bemidji has really helped in remeandering a ditch that came off of one of our major highways and dumped right into one of our lakes, and the project that remeandered it and slowed it down was really big deal and helpful in reducing phosphorus into that lake. So my question is, you are going to have several case study sites and including some follow-up with, I think it says 36 sites in your project. can you tell me, have you decided where in the state of Minnesota your project sites will be? Thanks.
To Bowser.
Chair Jordan and Commission members, thank you for that question. We haven't decided exactly where those projects will be. We'll be using a ranking criteria to select the 5 case study sites that we'll be working with. So we'll be going through a process of selection, focusing on community conservation, potential equity, vulnerability to climate impacts, and several other criteria. So we'll be selecting those with our advisory team as we move along with the project. We do want statewide distribution for these so that we can be showing resiliency strategies locally. Wildfire risk is a good example where that would be something that we would be focusing on maybe more in the north, but that is something that we're thinking about across all of the projects that we're working on, as far as protecting infrastructure, buildings, and thinking how wildfire may have potential impacts. So that'll be something that we'll be deciding as we progress with this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project, and I did look through it, and I don't really, I'm always skeptical of these that come from the agencies, as well as the last one as well, because this year all the agencies got an increase in funding. We know that, and in some cases the fees and the fines have gone up, but it never seems like there's enough money for them. They just continue to grow and grow and grow. And in this case, specifically, I see this all the time where they don't have a project at all. They have an idea, and if they get money, then they'll go pick the projects. And I think that if we're going to be giving money to these groups, they should be giving us a project and substantially describing what they're going to do on that project instead of just generically doing this. So I hope we take.
Commissioner Green, I believe your end of your question was cut off, unfortunately.
I didn't think I hit it, but anyway. So anyway, I don't know where I left off, but I'm just skeptical of the agencies. I think that they've got enough money, and before we're going to be giving out these grant monies or LCCMR monies, I want to see a real proposal and not just this is what we're going to do. If we get the money, then we'll pick the proposal. It seems a little backwards to me.
To Bowser.
Chair Jordan and members, thank you for that question. The way we're approaching this is very similar to how we approach our grant programs within the agency, that we use selection criteria and use advisory teams to select projects. That's the reason that we didn't want to pre-select these. We wanted this to be a fair opportunity for communities around the state to potentially participate in this program. And so that's the reason that we are using the approach that we are for selecting the sites after the project. And related to the need, we do see this as a unique opportunity since we are communicating with large numbers of professionals, over 30,000 community members around the state with our programs, that we have an opportunity to really focus on resiliency needs and a wide range of stressors that are impacting landscapes through communication and technical resources that can be developed through this program.
Any more questions from members? All right, thank you. We will move on to our next presentation, which is on line 13. It's project 2026-218 Northwood Waters Community Resiliency Collaborative in the resiliency category from the Arrowhead Regional Development Commission. When you are ready, please introduce yourself for the LCCMR and then proceed with your presentation.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm Joshua Berkstead with the Arrowhead Regional Development Commission. On behalf of ARDC, Headwaters Regional Development Commission, and the University of Minnesota Climate Adaptation Partnership, along with a strong team of local governments, tribal nations, and other agencies, I'm here to introduce the Northwoods and Waters Community Resilience Collaborative. Northern Minnesota is already experiencing the impacts of climate change. Temperatures increases, more severe storms, forest pests, wildfire and air quality, wetter springs, drier summers, and shorter snow seasons, to name a few. These shifts are affecting our infrastructure, natural systems, and cultural lifeways, especially in tribal communities. Our region covers 18% of the state's land and waters and depends on healthy natural resources and natural amenities to support our economy and way of life. Our region needs a coordinated long-term resiliency strategy that brings partners together and moves from planning to action. And that's exactly what the Northwoods and Waters Community Resilience Collaborative will deliver. Over 3 years, we will develop a regional resilience plan grounded in climate science and indigenous knowledge that will give communities a head start to understanding and responding to climate change. The creation of regional and local plans will enhance competitiveness of priority projects for future funding and implementation. We will launch pilot projects to model wetland restoration, sustainable forests, green infrastructure that can be expanded and replicated. We will build a long-term network of governments, tribal nations, universities, and nonprofits. Provide technical assistance and education to empower community-led adaptation. Many of our communities and organizations face capacity challenges. The Arrowhead and Headwaters Regional Development Commissions were created by the Minnesota Legislature to help local governments address issues of regional importance, like economic development, land use, infrastructure, transportation, and now energy and climate resilience. We're partnered with the University of Minnesota Climate Adaptation Partnership, which brings nationally recognized expertise in climate science and models, community engagement, and adaptation planning. Together, we will support informed decision-making and climate-ready communities across northern Minnesota. This proposal is rooted in local relationships and backed by technical expertise and is aligned with our core missions. And we're shovel-ready. We have partners committed, and we're building on a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration funded effort already in motion in Lake Superior region, and a Headwaters Regional Steering Committee in Energy and Climate Resilience that is in collaboration with Bemidji State University. This approach, which relies on local and regional organizations rather than hiring outside consultants or firms, will strengthen the skills, knowledge, and infrastructure within the region. This approach helps ensure that the expertise and capacity to continue the work remains in the community long after the initial effort. The project directly advances multiple LCCMR priorities, we believe. First, in resilience by regional resilience and adaptation planning. The focus on the water and land through adaptation management and restoration, education outreach through technical support and public engagement projects, and innovation by integrating the indigenous knowledge and climate science. Working with tribal nations on climate resilience is vital not only because of the deep value of the traditional ecological knowledge, but also because many tribes have been leading climate and energy initiatives for years, offering tested best practices and innovative approaches that others can learn from. Incorporating resilience and climate change into various government functions such as hazard mitigation and basic infrastructure planning work is increasingly necessary and required by many partners and funders. But efforts to date have often been piecemeal rather than holistic, lacking the coordination and integration needed to achieve lasting impact in individual communities and across a large region. Led by ARDC, HRDC, and MCAP, our confirmed and invited partners include 8 counties, 4 tribal nations, the Minnesota DNR, the Department of Transportation, the Bemidji Sustainability Commission, Bemidji State University, 3 tribal colleges, and soil and water conservation districts. This is a truly regional coalition ready to deliver and sustain results. Thank you for considering this proposal. We believe it offers a timely, inclusive, and effective model for regional climate resilience that can be exported from our region across other areas of Minnesota. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Great, thank you. Members, any questions? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I listened to the testifier, your testimony here, and your proposal, but I didn't really hear what you're going to do except for planning. And you talked about delivering results. So just the one question, with the money that I know you've already been using, and now you're asking for more, what results are you actually looking for? I mean, a specific result. What do you hope to accomplish with the progress, with just in simple terms with this proposal?
To the presenter.
Yeah. I think three things. One, I think the plan itself is important. It will give local communities and other organizations across the region information on the tools that they need to begin identifying and implementing projects. Two, I think having that in the regional resilience plan will make us more competitive for implementation of future projects through state and federal funding. And three, we do plan to do some small scale pilot projects that then can be replicated and expanded so that people can find new ways to do resilience implementation.
Well,
Further
I guess it's not really an answer, but okay. I mean, I don't see anything except for just money to continue to look at a supposed problem with no real solution. Thanks.
Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for this presentation and thanks for including what you say are local subject matter experts at our universities and within our counties and cities. Bemidji just experienced a 100-year storm, and it's just absolutely like a bomb went off in this community. The devastation, if you see pictures online, it really doesn't even begin to show the picture of what happened. And, the miracle is that we had these 106 to 120 mile an hour winds that blew down probably 75% of the trees in our community. I'm just guessing at that. I don't know that for a number, but there were no deaths in our community. And one of the reasons I believe is that we had a storm much like this, not quite as bad, but almost like this on July 2nd in 2012. I happened to have been mayor at the time. It was devastating. But at that time, we recognized what we were missing for climate resiliency and security in our community. At that time, we didn't have a shelter for people to go to. We didn't have, or we hadn't designated one. People didn't know about one. We also didn't have outside early warning sirens that were really covered the whole community. We just had a really big gap there. We also recognized that when the power was out for 2-3 days, that we didn't have generators at all our lift stations to support our wastewater treatment facility. So a number of things changed in Bemidji after that storm. We invested in a security system, and that's part of the reason that the sirens went off in town and people knew at midnight that they had to get to the basement, that they had to be somewhere secure. We had generators for every lift station so our wastewater treatment facility didn't fail and sewer didn't back up in people's yards, even though the electricity was out. So my point here is that this is the kind of resiliency planning that northern Minnesota needs, and the Arrowhead region, the HRDC region, all of those communities there need help planning to understand what is it that we need to do to be prepared for an emergency. And the storm that just went through Bemidji is really a great example of being prepared and nobody dying from that storm. So I appreciate your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Bergstedt, for bringing it to us.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gordon, and thank you, Mr. Bergstedt, for your presentation. I just wanted to reiterate the exact comments that Commissioner Albrecht just said. I recognize the concerns of Senator Green with regards to spending money specifically on planning, but spending money on planning for this type of purpose is absolutely a legitimate use of LCCMR dollars within the statute and within its intent. And I'm fully supportive of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Any other questions from members? Okay. Thank you to the presenter. We will move on.
Thank you.
To line 14 in the resiliency category, which is 2026-265, enhancing forest resilience through collaborative partnerships.
Thank you, Chair.
We're here. Please introduce yourself and then proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My name's Eric Skank, I'm Executive Director of the Minnesota Forest Resources Council. The MFRC is a board of 16 members appointed by the governor and 1 member appointed by the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council. The council's diverse membership includes public land managers, environmental organizations, forest industry, and family forest landowners. On behalf of the council, I thank you for this opportunity to present our proposal, Enhancing Forest Resilience through Collaborative Partnerships. There's a time-sensitive need to strengthen the resiliency of Minnesota's forests against increasing climate-related disturbances, which include extreme weather, drought, invasive species, fungal disease, wildfire, and related land use changes. Now I'd like to refer specifically to the graph behind me. Since 2003, our forests have experienced a 400% increase in climate-driven disturbance, which is now impacting 440,000 acres annually. This is 4 times greater than the annual timber harvest, which is shown as the green bars at the bottom of the graph. And the rate of this disturbance continues to climb. Our project goal is to build forest resiliency that is paramount to supporting wildlife habitat, recreational spaces, clean air and water, and a vital forest economy. To accomplish this, we envision 4 project products. First, a report identifying forest resiliency attributes, monitoring metrics, and practices specific to Minnesota and grounded in the best available science utilizing previous research findings. Second, practical forest resiliency guidance for use by locally led regional committees, landowners, and public in conjunction with ongoing forest planning and coordination. Third, expanded training on site-level forest management guidelines and practices that are used as guidelines that by foresters, loggers, and land managers to support forest sustainability statewide. And finally, coordinated statewide forums for forest landowners and professionals to share strategies for implementing forest resiliency practices. So now I want to share 2 examples of specific outcomes that can be expected from this project. Example 1, the ability to monitor and forecast forest resiliency conditions and trends over time. This methodology, developed in partnership with the University of Minnesota, will include the capability to assess forest resiliency status by geographic region, forest cover types, ownership types, and other variables. For example, it would be possible to monitor late successional red pine forest conditions on public lands in north central Minnesota as a forest resiliency metric. These customized assessments of resiliency trends and conditions are essential for adaptive forest management. Example number 2, guidance and field training on specific forest resiliency practices that can be incorporated into site-level forest management activities. An example of this would be a series of forest resiliency presentations and a menu of resiliency practices shared with the more than 500 loggers attending annual training sessions through the Minnesota Loggers Education Program. The ultimate key for the success of all these project outcomes is the engagement in MFRC's diverse statewide and community level networks of forest stakeholders, landowners, and professionals in achieving these outcomes. Why MFRC? The MFRC is uniquely positioned to lead this project due to the council's statutory mandate to support forest sustainability in Minnesota. This mandate is carried out through a comprehensive legislatively directed framework, statewide framework, that has served our state well for 35 years. At the close of this project, its core work and resulting outcomes will be integrated into Minnesota's ongoing programs and sustained through the council's annual appropriations. Finally, MFRC's 17 members and diverse stakeholder organizations they represent will provide ongoing collaborative leadership and expertise critical to maintain the resiliency of Minnesota's forests. Thank you for your time today. I'm pleased to answer questions.
Thank you. Questions from members? Commissioner Albrecht. Commissioner Albrecht, we need you to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your indulgence. Just a question for the speaker, Mr. Schenk. Given the frequency of major storms and blowdown, we've had them over the last 10 years, as you know, and we just had a major blowdown here in Beltrami County. Can you tell me what the ability for mills to use those blowdown forest timber products, and also how you might incorporate training for loggers in how to deal with blowdown and how to really harvest it? Thank you.
To the presenter.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. So, you know, as you mentioned, as we see in the graph, frequency of blowdowns are becoming more and more common. And so in terms of the project that we're talking about, there's two times to deal with these resiliency interventions. One is after the fact, and the first one is in anticipation of those. So we're talking about after the fact forest management activities. You correctly mentioned one of the tools that we have is sustainable logging. And because that's the only economic way that we have in order to go in and cover the cost of managing these highly disturbed sites. And that management strategy depends on markets. And we do have limited markets for wood biomass, especially dead and dying wood biomass in the state. That's a challenge. Our council, in a different way, is trying to work to address that challenge by supporting biomass markets for bioenergy and biofuels. But to your point, yes, there are guidelines that would help loggers address in harvesting this timber in a sustainable way. And what we're suggesting is that we would enhance those existing guidelines and training to help provide an additional focus on resiliency, things that they could do after they leave the site that would make that site more resilient. So again, thank you for that question.
Follow-up, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. In addition to blowdown and that kind of stuff, of course, you know, large swaths of forest areas in Cooch and other counties up here have been decimated because of larch beetle, and aspens are standing on the stump dead. And so the potential for fire danger with blowdown and forest pests is really high. And so I know that you're bound by a sustainable forestry initiative and annual cord requirements for sale, but can you just share with us, if you know, but maybe catching you flat-footed here, but do you know what the annual economic impact of our timber industry is for the state of Minnesota? I think I have a sense, but you probably know as well.
The presenter.
$25 billion.
Yeah, $25 billion annually. So
yes,
it's really important that we and our loggers understand for the economy of Minnesota that this is a resource we want to make sure that we're taking care of. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes.
Thank you. Further questions from members? Okay, thank you for your presentation. We will be moving on to line 15, which is proposal 2026-282, protect community forests for community resiliency from the Minnesota DNR under the resiliency category. Please introduce yourself for the commission and then proceed with your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Jordan and members of the committee. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Valerie McClanahan. I'm with the DNR, and I'm here to talk to you today about protecting community forests for community resiliency. So in 2010, the DNR sampled 700 communities throughout the state and found nearly 3 million ash existed in our community forests. This equated to approximately 20% of the trees in our community forests. And in some communities, ash comprised over 50% of their community's trees. As of today, thanks to LCCMR, we found that ash comprised approximately 10% of our community forests, but that's still millions of trees at risk. This is a problem because emerald ash borer was found here in 2009 and kills nearly all ash trees once it's established, and it's been spreading across Minnesota ever since. Losing this many trees has major impacts. To highlight one key piece, we estimated losing nearly 3 billion gallons of stormwater mitigation capacity with the loss of these trees, thereby increasing salt and sediment into these already struggling hydrologic systems. Community trees are essential infrastructure that leads to resiliency. To compound this issue, infested ash also become brittle and hazardous in the landscape. Some become too dangerous for standard removal. Professor John Ball has actually described infested ash as having the structural integrity of a standing potato chip. This means that some infested ash will require special equipment, adding to the expense of the removal. This also means that being proactive and managing ash before they are infested is really important, and education to homeowners about being proactive and leaving removals up to trained professionals will be key. So since 2020, through the work of you here at LCCMR and the legislature, we were able to offer just over 21 million in grant funds to communities, which has been hugely astronomically impactful. However, we received over 57 million in requests. Additionally, the Environmental Quality Board had estimated that as of 2019, that communities would need 8.5 million annually until the year 2030. So far, we have been able to offer less than half of the anticipated need. Without timely action, dead trees creating unsafe public conditions will accumulate faster than communities can respond. It's already happening in some communities. This proposal would direct 2.6 million in grants to provide approximately 50 communities with needed community forest management support for public land. Projects will include inventories, management plans, tree removal, treating valuable ash with non-neonicotinoid injectable insecticide, canopy maintenance, planting trees for diversity, and public engagement. We requested an extension of our previous grant due to some contractor issues with the canopy assessment, but we were able to pivot really quickly with help from our DNR resource assessment team. They are now finalizing the statewide canopy assessment map application, but we still needed time to promote the map application tool and leverage that time to provide technical assistance to communities throughout the state. So through our existing LCCMR grant, DNR Resource Assessment Team has found that our community forests have lost approximately 12% of its canopy since the year 2013. If we are to meet governor initiatives in canopy cover goals, we need to know where viable planting space is and how many trees we will need to reach those goals. This funding would build on the previously funded canopy assessments and tree surveys by identifying and analyzing actual available planting space for approximately 350 communities that were identified as having an overall tree canopy loss and or a potential loss because of ash within their state or within their community. Communities need to know not only where their canopy is, but with this funding, they will know where it could be. With this information, we should be able to estimate how many trees and of what size we would actually need to be planting to help communities meet canopy cover goals. Planting report for each community and an interactive web application will be made available to share with communities. Additionally, uninformed residents may unknowingly spread EAB or attempt dangerous removals themselves. Volunteer programs and professional training are vital. This program will allow DNR and project partners to work with local staff and residents to recognize infestations and make safe, informed decisions. We know what happens when EAB goes unmanaged. Communities cannot do this alone, and your continued support is essential. With your help, we can help community leaders and residents create a more resilient future. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time and open the floor to questions.
Questions from members. Representative, Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Chair Jordan. As I was listening, I thought I heard you mention that the grants would be available for communities with on public lands, et cetera. Is there any possibility of the grants being able to help property owners who may have dead trees but have very tight incomes? Is there anything that can be, would any of the money be available for addressing that purpose?
You know, we would love to, I'm so sorry.
Go for it.
Thank you, Chair Jordan, and member, for that question. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this. Thank you for that question. Yeah, so we are highly interested in providing that residential support, and we have been able to provide that support previously in a minimal capacity, really. Our understanding is that there's just a historic precedent for LCCMR to really focus on public lands. So that was what our initial proposal had been really directed towards. We would be really happy to work with the committee or LCCMR staff to incorporate that, and it would be a really easy incorporation into this proposal. So, but I would leave that to you to provide feedback on.
Great. I have a question as well. This is listed as a statewide project. Can you talk about how you're going to prioritize Minneapolis-St. Paul, the suburbs, and greater Minnesota in this? Sometimes when people say statewide, they leave out one of those three categories, and I'm wondering if you can touch on that.
You know, a lot of the things that we look at are our need when we're looking at competitive proposals specifically. So that $2.6 million in the community proposal for statewide like grant funds to support communities. So it would be a competitive process officially, but we look at things like need. So where is canopy, where canopy isn't, those kinds of things for where the project work would be taking place. We incorporate things like environmental justice communities. So that's looking at low income communities, communities of color, things like that, depending on we typically leverage them MPCA environmental justice areas of concern map that they have as a part of that scoring criteria. So that's how we look at those things. And I would say that we definitely understand the high rate of need within our urban communities because they've been hit so hard by this. Depending on the community, they may or may not need the support for ash removals, but they may need it in replanting, in maintenance, things like that. I think one of the key pieces really in meeting canopy cover goals is that we do need to maintain the trees that we already have. Otherwise, we are going to lose them to major storm damage and things like that as they continue. So I would say that. I would say additionally, the canopy assessment piece is planting analysis will take place statewide. So those communities would absolutely be covered. We know that those are communities that have lost canopy cover over these last 10 years, and that technical support would be available to them as well.
Further questions from members? Okay. Thank you for your time and presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The next project we will be hearing from is on line 16, project 2026-298, identifying flooding hazards on Mille Lacs tribal lands. This is also in the resiliency category. And do we have our presenter? Looks like we do. Please introduce yourself and then proceed with your presentation.
Anim Busho, LCCMR Co-Chair Representative Jordan and the Commissioners of the LCCMR. Miigwech, thank you for inviting me to present. I am Charles Liepert, the Mille Lacs Ojibwe Department of Natural Resources Air Quality Specialist who works on issues around air quality, climate action and mitigation, and energy resilience. In June of 2012, a 500-year storm that dropped 6.27 inches of rain across Big Sandy Lake and Rice River watersheds in central Aiken County, merging the area's large wetland complex into a single body of water, stranding the Mille Lacs Band Sandy Lake, Minnewawa, and East Lake communities in our District 2. East Lake's Apple Orchard neighborhood was completely cut off for 3 days without access to food, clean water, and energy, and taking another 2 weeks before our communities were fully accessible. and another month before the surrounding floodwaters had receded, causing more than $108 million in flood and storm damages. In other years, flash flooding in our area has impacted treaty resources, including monomen, wild rice. Climate projections indicate that the intensity of precipitation event is expected to continue to increase, motivating an enhanced understanding of flood hazards and facilitating improved community resiliency. The flood hazard maps of our communities are over 40 years old, rely on poorly constrained simplistic 1D model, and provide only limited information regarding the potential flood extent and no information on flood duration or other components of flood hazards, such as flow velocities. Consequently, we approached the U.S. Geological Survey's Upper Midwest Water Science Center to help us build tools to address this flood hazard knowledge gap, and by developing a well-constrained surface hydrology and hydraulics model for the area. Development of these models will provide an improved understanding of the flood hazards, which we will incorporate into our hazard preparedness plans, which includes our hazardous mitigation plan and our emergency operations plan. This project consists of 4 components: the hydrologic data collection, model development, model application, and incorporation of model results in our emergency preparedness plans. In addition to the leveraging of the existing Minnesota DNR hydrology gauges, the USGS will install and operate 10 new water surface elevation gauges and 2 stream gauges throughout the watershed for the duration of the project. Additionally, in partnership with the local Soil and Water Conservation District, the USGS will conduct culvert inventories and collect bathymetric data to fill in terrain data gaps. Collecting this additional hydrologic data will be vital for building, calibrating, and validating hydrologic and hydraulic models. To predict the surface water flood hazards, we need to understand how precipitation is partitioned into runoff across the landscape and how the runoff is routed through the watershed. The USGS will develop distributed hydrological model and simulates the transformation of the precipitation into runoffs and hydrologic models and route this runoff through the drainage network. The hydroflattening of the watershed digital elevation model will be constructed using LiDAR, existing lake and stream bathymetric data, and newly collected field measurements to provide an underlying terrain in the hydraulic model to measure existing watershed connectivity and the flood storage capacities. The model will be calibrated and validated against the field observations. These models will be applied and identify hydraulic restrictions that may exacerbate flood and test scenarios with a range of storm magnitudes under dry, normal, and wet background conditions. The USGS will also run model scenarios incorporating the potential impacts of long-term changes in precipitation intensity and duration, natural flood management designs, and changes to any identified restricted hydraulic infrastructure. These models will provide time series outputs of water depths and water surface elevation and depth average velocity across study area under variable storm conditions. The results of this model will reveal areas most vulnerable to flood impacts under storm events of different scales. We will use the model outputs to identify impacted structures under the scenario, including critical infrastructure such as energy transmission sites, medical facilities, schools, and roadways. Incorporation of these results into our emergency preparedness planning will enable the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe to protect life, property, and ecology of this vital region, which supports monomen growth since it is critical to many tribes in the region. Miigwech Minowa for considering our proposal, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Miigwech.
Thank you for your presentation. We will go to questions from members, and we'll start with Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Jordan. Thank you, Mr. Lippert, for the presentation. First of all, I'm fully supportive of this project. It's one of very few that have been submitted by Indigenous nations over the entire history of LCCMR, despite the fact that tribes sell many, many lottery tickets and produce funding for the corpus of LCCMR funding. Mr. Lippert, I have a question for you. Will you be willing to present the results of your work and the funding source to groups of Minnesota tribes, such as the Minnesota Tribal Environmental Committee, if funded. I think this is an important project and it's important collaboration, and this type of work and the funding source need to be shared.
Thank you very much for your question, Commissioner. I would be more than happy to present this to fellow tribes in Minnesota, as well as to tribes across the United States through the Tribal Lands and Environmental Forum, because Aiken County, being the largest producer of wild rice and being a highly wetland-dominated area, these collaboration between the state and the tribe and the federal government can be a good model to serve not only with the Minnesota tribes, but also for tribes working with their state in other areas.
Thank you. Further questions from members? Okay. Thank you for your presentation. We will move on to, sorry, there's a lot of papers here. Line 17, 2026-334, the Scandia Cemetery Shoreline Restoration Project under the category of resiliency from St. Louis County. Do we have our presenter here?
Yep, we're here.
Okay. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and proceed.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Rachel Gregg. I am the St. Louis County Bridge Engineer, and also here today is
Matt Hemela, Deputy Public Works Director for St. Louis County. Thanks for having us.
the Scandia Cemetery Shoreline Restoration Project is located within the city limits of Duluth and on the shores of Lake Superior. St. Louis County is seeking $2,550,000 to complete scoping, design, permitting, land acquisition, plans, specifications, and construction of a permanent concrete retaining wall on the Scandia Cemetery property, a private cemetery established in 1881. The cemetery property over time has experienced degradation of the shoreline, unearthing cemetery plots and human remains. UMD studies indicate that the shoreline in this region is retreating at a rate of 12 to 20 inches every 10 years. To date, the erosion has disturbed 12 cemetery plots, which we are estimating to have uncovered 60 burials. Our proposed project meets the constitutional aim to protect, conserve, preserve, and enhance Minnesota's natural resources. Completion of the project will preserve 300 feet of Duluth's open spaces consisting of natural beachfront that is open to the public. Lake Superior shoreline is notorious for recreational hiking, agate hunting, and fishing. If a no-action alternative is followed, the city of Duluth shall close the portion of beach at the Scandia Cemetery property. The implementation of a concrete retaining wall will improve water quality and habitat of Lake Superior by eliminating the continual nutrient and sediment loading that occurs during stormwater runoff from the property. Native plants and grasses will be established above the proposed wall, acting as erosion control, protecting the soil with deep-rooted systems, and providing habitat for native butterflies, birds, and other animals. The proposed project will demonstrate a runoff reduction and water quality improvement while providing long-term landscape resiliency. As local government, St. Louis County carries an important responsibility to keep our residents ready and resilient for future climate impacts and must tailor our actions to protect lives, lands, and waters. The concrete retaining wall option is a hardened infrastructure design that is resilient to counteract Lake Superior's extreme weather events and will protect Duluth's local history from future natural disaster. St. Louis County nor the city of Duluth has legal obligation over private cemeteries. However, this is a serious situation that requires immediate attention, which is why county staff has stepped up to investigate a long-term solution. St. Louis County shall administer completion of design, permitting, easement acquisition, and construction of a permanent concrete retaining wall. St. Louis County will be the owners of that structure. St. Louis County is aware of the minimum 25% match and confirms our resources and commitment to it. The required match is available and will be committed by a combination of in-kind costs, local county funds, and contribution from the city of Duluth. St. Louis County regularly administers federally funded projects and has full-time staff who are trained and fully versed in federal project admin, contracting, construction, and closure requirements. St. Louis County is prepared to properly administer the obligations and requirements of this project. The Scandia Cemetery project is highly unique and does not fall neatly in most available funding sources. The county shall continue to exhaust all possible funding assistance programs until a permanent solution is found. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions from members? Okay. Thank you. We will move on to line 18, project 2026-464, advancing dehydration technologies for resilient Minnesota food systems. This is also under the category of resiliency, and it's from the University of Minnesota College of Science and Engineering. Welcome to the LCCMR. Please introduce yourself for us and then proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning to the chairs and members of the committee. My name is Natasha Wright, and I'm from the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities. My research group focuses on the design of decentralized systems at the water, food, energy nexus. And so this nexus framework recognizes the interdependence of food production, energy production, and water resources. For example, food that is lost or wasted in the United States accounts for 5.9 trillion gallons of water every year. That's enough to supply Minnesota residents with water for over 53 years. Food loss also leads to waste of land, fertilizer, energy, and greenhouse gas emissions. So food loss can be caused by many factors. Irregularly shaped products or produce cannot be sold in many markets. Produce can go unharvested and rot in the field due to seasons of overproduction and due to our volatile markets. And so just like we think about resilient energy systems and how those systems require both energy generation and energy storage, for a resilient food system, we should really be thinking about the same thing, both efficient production of food as well as storage of our produce. And so how can we store or extend the shelf life of Minnesota growing produce in an environmentally sustainable way? Well, one option is through solar dehydration and curing, which extends the shelf life of produce by removing water and preventing spoilage. These processes are energy intensive at an industrial scale, and they're far too time consuming for individual household consumers to perform regularly. However, some farmers are already using something called controlled environment agriculture, such as greenhouses or high tunnels, to extend their growing seasons here in Minnesota. Dehydration offers a potential way to use these existing greenhouses beyond food production, especially when temperatures are too high for growing. Dehydration also is less energy intensive than other preservation methods like canning or freezing, and these greenhouses operate off of passive solar energy. In this proposal, our team aims to enable resilient food systems in Minnesota by first defining the opportunity and then developing technology for solar drying and curing. In Activity 1, we will analyze the current and future role of dehydrating in Minnesota. We will do that by using a combination of surveys, interviews, and focus groups with a focus on 3 farmer groups. First, we will look at recent immigrant farmers from East Africa. These folks are commonly farming less than 1 acre and producing culturally relevant produce with high demand. Next, we will study current and past farmers that are involved in the land stewardship project, climate cohorts. And these are farmers who have received climate adaptation training already, and we anticipate that they may be early adopters of these shelf life extending technologies. And finally, we will look and work with apple growers who frequently experience periods of overproduction at this time. So we aim to define the economic, community-based, and environmental trade-offs of dehydration and curing. This work will be done with our University of Minnesota Extension educators who have existing relationships with all of these farmer groups. They have also identified community experts within each group in order to guide the engagement. In activity 2, we will theoretically model and evaluate the performance of greenhouses for drying in Minnesota, considering both deep winter greenhouses and high tunnel greenhouses. So my research lab has previously developed and validated energy models for these 2 types of greenhouses, as well as for solar greenhouse dryers that are currently operating in Kenya. We will leverage those existing models to develop a new model that we can use to predict, analyze, and optimize the performance of relevant Minnesota solar dehydration technologies. The exact technology and scope, for example, the product type, location, farm size, or capacity, will be informed by the results from activity 1. And then finally, in activity 3, we will disseminate these findings through targeted engagements with our stakeholders. And so overall, we aim to assess system resilience by quantifying economic and environmental impact, as well as recommend optimized operating strategies. There are numerous potential value propositions related to dehydration in Minnesota, including reducing food loss and waste, diversifying our local food systems, providing culturally relevant foods, increasing farmer incomes, reducing transportation-based emissions through lighter shipments, and potentially the farm to school program. In May 2025, Minnesota lawmakers passed, with bipartisan support, a bill that includes $1.5 million for local food purchases to be used in schools and early care settings through the so-called farm to school and early care programs. One of the challenges previously faced by farm to school, however, is adequate cold storage for that fresh produce and meeting local purchase program requirements in the winter when fresh produce is not available. And so perhaps dehydration could open up new markets for farmers, enabling products such as apple chips to be an option in our students' school lunches. Thank you for your attention, members of the committee, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions from members? Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Professor, I actually find this project to be incredibly interesting and creative, and I'm kind of excited about it. My one question is, are the greenhouses or the settings in which you're proposing to study the dehydration largely done at the site where the food is being grown, or would there have to be transportation of the crops or the food to a dehydration site?
So
To the presenter.
Thank you for the question. Currently, there are over 2,000 high tunnel greenhouses across the state, per our last count a few years ago at least. And we understand that those greenhouses are on site where the produce is being grown. Occasionally, there are multiple farmers, utilizing the same unit. And so transportation would occur after drying is the current proposal.
Further questions from members? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. We will move on to line 19, 2026-508, Climate Smart Counties and Communities Collaborative Resiliency Solutions from the University of Minnesota Institute on the Environment. This is also in the resiliency category. I see our presenter. Please introduce yourself for the LCCMR and then proceed with your presentation.
Chair Jordan, commissioners. My name is Sabina Engel. I work at the University of Minnesota's, at the University of Minnesota's Interdisciplinary Institute on the Environment. Thank you so very much for inviting us to present. We are super excited about this, and we are hoping for your strong support. Something is not quite right with my screen here.
We can see and hear you with no problem, just your video.
Very, very good, very good. Thank you so much. So what we are proposing is a program that helps rural and small communities and counties across Minnesota develop and implement locally driven, individually tailored resiliency plans that tap world-class expertise in Minnesota and Germany. Some of you will be familiar with the strong connection and exchange between Germany and Minnesota that is hosted by the University of Minnesota's Institute on the Environment, and that was started by me in 2016 with funding from Germany's government. That program was focused on cities. It has generated measurable impact across Minnesota. 2 examples to illustrate: the city of Morris, in collaboration with our University of Minnesota Morris, created their Morris model, a collaborative endeavor that has resulted in the installation of solar panels on the municipal liquor store, a resilient weather emergency shelter at the public library, and a stronger sense of community among key stakeholder groups. Today, the Morris model is inspiring other Minnesota communities such as St. James and Comfrey. The city of Duluth used the connection to Germany to investigate the installation of solar PV at their uphill drinking water pumping stations to create a backup power source for emergencies. And a student from Germany compiled data and research technical options that provided the basis for very successful grant applications. So there are many more examples. My point being, we are known for helping cities that want to lead on climate resilience and sustainability tap world-class expertise, both at home and abroad, and to create real-world solutions. They will succeed, and we are after impact. So our focus on this project is on counties and particularly rural Minnesota. Minnesota, as all of you know, has 87 counties and 855 cities. Majority of counties are rural. The majority of cities are class 4 cities and towns, that is very small cities with 10,000 people and fewer. In fact, there are 753 cities in Minnesota, and the majority of these cities are cities with fewer than 5,000 inhabitants. Nonetheless, 1/3 of Minnesotans live in these places, almost 2 million fellow Minnesotans. Every county and community needs a resiliency plan, but not everyone has one, especially not across rural Minnesota. We want to change that. Essentially, there are 3 roadblocks: limited resources in terms of money and dedicated personnel, limited technical expertise at the county level, and with the weather-related threats emerging ever more strongly, there is the limited experience. We are just building that experience as we tackle those new threats. Our proposed program brings together counties, cities, and the private sector on a platform informed by the latest research on sustainability. The goal is to accelerate a county's specific resiliency effort and to develop actionable solutions. Behind me, you see a graph that we call our Roadmap to Climate Resiliency. It has 3 elements. Each year, we will invite 5 counties and communities to participate in the annual program as a group. We will have an open call for participation and an application process. And to ensure maximum momentum and impact, we're considering focusing on a multi-county region each year with adjacent counties. Participants will meet regularly via Zoom for technical meetings. The virtual meetings will connect experts and stakeholders from Minnesota and Germany's North Rhine-Westphalia, and the goal is to facilitate continuous learning and learning from each other. The second element is resiliency technical services. This is big. Counties, municipalities, and private sector businesses will be able to request funding to hire technical experts focused on renewable energy, environmental engineering, and sustainability to develop a resiliency plan or implement solutions that fit them. 5-month internship contracts at 32 hours per week will significantly advance local efforts and ensure that solutions are individually tailored. And we are especially proud to be working with FH Münster University of Applied Sciences and advanced undergraduate and graduate environmental engineering students. The third element is an annual workshop. The workshop stands to produce a range of model approaches that will be shared with counties and communities across Minnesota. So in conclusion, what we are proposing to do is that at the end of the 3-year project, we will have 15 counties that will have created individually tailored resiliency plans. Our interns will have provided 75 months worth of technical services support to them. And this is, in my view, an invaluable accelerator. Thank you for listening, and we are hoping for your support.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions for Dr. Engel? Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gordon, and thank you, Dr. Engel, for your presentation. I'm curious, I think the idea is interesting, but I'm curious how you will engage with regional tribes in Minnesota that are also rural and small communities, sometimes housed within counties.
To the presenter.
Thank you, Chair Jordan. Thank you, Member Moore. That's a really good question. As you know, the Institute on the Environment is very much focused on working together with tribes. And so we will use our existing relationship with the tribes in order to also make sure that tribes and communities in tribal contexts will have an opportunity to participate in this project. It would be phenomenal to have that kind of collaboration going.
Thanks.
Further questions? Thank you for your time, Dr. Engel. We are going to move on to the next presentation, which is on line 20. It is 2026-544, Sustainable Food Security, Ecosystem Restoration, and Indigenous Empowerment. It is also in the resiliency category. Do we have our presenter here? Dr. Zhang?
Yes, so we are here.
Welcome to the committee. Introduce yourself and then proceed with your presentation.
Yeah, so good morning. I'm actually Jordan Johnson. I am the Associate Director on the American Indian Community Housing Organization. I'm going to have Ryan introduce himself and we'll move on from there.
Ani bonjour no. Osawa Beneta Jinaka, Jija, Kanuda, Maniga Masana, Ninde, Madash, Obashing, and Do Shapa, Ryan Clark, Shaganashi, Mo, and Jinaka, Jib Mohan. My name's Ryan Clark. Also, my name's Yellow Thunderbird. I come from the Crane clan, and my family comes from Panema. It's a village in Red Lake Nation, and I'm the food sovereignty director at ACO. And Miigwech for having me here.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Wen-Chin Zhang. I'm a faculty member at UMD, specializing in the supply chain design. Yeah, thank you. Today we are very excited to share our project. And so this is a, excuse me, a community-led initiative and hope to address the food insecurity issue.
Yeah, and I think across Minnesota, Indigenous communities face a persistent crisis in regards to food security. Nearly 1 in 4 Native households struggles to access reliable, nutritious, and culturally meaningful food. But this issue runs deeper than just poverty. It stems from limited infrastructure, the erosion of traditional knowledge, and dependence on distance, vulnerable supply chains. It's a systematic challenge, and one that requires a sustainable community-led response. And recent events like the cyber attack on the major grocery supplier have further highlighted how fragile our current food systems truly are.
Yes, our response is a 3-part community-centered approach. First of all, we will develop a digital platform that allows Indigenous families to report food insecurity, and also locate nearby food sources and access a cultural tailored food and seed directory. Second, we will expand the Indigenous community gardens through partnerships with ACO and the Fond du Lac Band. As localized culturally related food hubs, they play a vital role in building a more robust and resilient food supply chain for Indigenous communities, especially during difficult times. Third, we'll offer hands-on training grounded in cultural practices. So this empowers youth and elders to learn, teach, and lead together. So together, these strategies create a more resilient system, one that strengthens communities while restoring the environment. So this project directly advances the trust fund's goal around the conservation and the restoration. By replacing long-distance supply chains with hyperlocal food systems, we reduce carbon emissions, improve water quality, and restore biodiversity. So equally important, we are supporting Indigenous-led systems that are built to last, rooted in community wisdom and stewardship. So we are requesting the funds to implement this project over the next 2 years. With this support, we will launch the digital platform, scale up sustainable garden hubs, deliver culturally grounded educational and leadership programs, and evaluate and document the model for replication elsewhere. Yeah. So at its core, this project is about more than food. It's about empowering communities to thrive. It's where indigenous tradition meets the scientific innovation, and where resilience and the sovereignty go hand in hand. Well, thank you for your time and the consideration, and we welcome your questions.
And I just want to say one other thing is that our partnerships are already in place. And so the model is designed for long-term impact and scalable, adaptable, and resilient well beyond the funding period. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll go to questions from members. Okay. Oh, Commissioner Moore.
I apologize. My fingers weren't working very quickly. Thank you, Chair Gordon, and thank you for the presentation, Dr. Zhang. My question is similar to a question I asked previously. What is your plan to communicate your findings with the other tribes in Minnesota? Obviously, food sovereignty and food security are global concerns for Indigenous communities, and I think what you're doing is important work, but it also needs to be communicated more broadly as well.
To the presenters.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Moore. I think your question actually has two perspectives. The first one is how can we ensure community buy-in? So we are working with long-standing trusted partners like ACO and the Fond du Lac Ben's Agricultural Department. So community engagement is foundational to this project. So that includes co-designing programs, hosting intergenerational workshops, and so on and so forth. So, and the second perspective is basically about the replicable of this project. And actually, we basically work with these communities, and also we document all the things that we are working, and also we ensure that we have a good communications with other of our partners. For example, we are currently have a very strong collaborative network, including North American Traditional Indigenous Food Systems, the Intertribal Agriculture Council, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
And I would just say too that I think ACO has relationships with other tribes, given our urban kind of environment, and that we can kind of share out and plan to go into community and kind of share our knowledge and believe in how we kind of collaborate throughout our various tribal communities to kind of elevate all of our Indigenous communities. So it's a lot of investment, a lot of work, but it's the work we're committed to and doing. So
another way that we would be sharing this information is with, like, for instance, the MCT, the Minnesota Chippewa Tribes. We can present at their TEC meetings. We can also present at the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council. And that's when you have all the tribal leaders sitting in one room. And then also working with the people that have, the tribes that have departments of agriculture. We'll be communicating with them as well.
Thank you. Further questions from members? Okay, thank you so much for your time, presenters. Members, we're going to be moving on to the water category. So the next series of presentations, we're moving on from resiliency to water. We're going to start on line 22. It is proposal 2026-055, eliminating phenolic compounds from water using enzyme filter from the University of Minnesota. Dr. Zhao, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Please proceed with your presentation, and then we'll go to questions.
All right. So thank you, Chair Jordan, and also Commissioner, for the opportunity to present our proposal. So my name is Hua Zhao, a faculty member at University of Minnesota. So overall, our project is to find a way to eliminate toxic phenolic compounds from Minnesota lakes and river through a benign method using enzyme. So I'm going to give you a brief introduction about phenolic compounds. So those type of compounds are type of organic contaminant found in Minnesota lakes and river that can be proved by a report back in 2017. That's MPCA report. Test 50 lakes in Minnesota. They found those phenolic compounds in those lakes. But also more recently in 2023, Minnesota Department of Health report on 17 surface water site. They found 4 out of 17 water site have exceeded level of phenolic compound called pentachlorophenol compound. This compound is produced because of this compound called phenol interact with the chlorine in typical water. So give you a little bit more background. So where do those compounds coming from? They actually coming from degradation of plants, algae, fish, and other dead animals in nature, but also from like pesticide, insecticides from farmland. In addition, they could come from domestic, municipal waste and wastewater. So they come from nature, also from human activities as well. Now in Minnesota, particularly because of high volume of agriculture, forestry, industry activities, lakes and river, also groundwater, surface water have a constant contamination from those type of phenolic compounds. But you know, the bottom line is what harm can phenolic compound do to our humans? They potentially cause cancer, genetic malformation, malformation, but also destruction of our immune system and central nervous system. So those compounds have caused a lot of damages to humans and animals as well. US EPA actually has a very strict regulation on the level of phenolic compound in drinking water. For example, the maximum contaminated level for many phenolic compounds are about 1 ppb, that's parts per billion. So it's very, very low level. But you know, in drinking water, if, for example, you know, there's like a lot of like phenol compounds, they are actually very toxic to fish at a level at a 2 ppm parts per million. But also they can be tested in the fish flesh at a level much lower than 2 ppm. So what about conventional water treatment plant? It's called WTP. They're not really efficient for removing many organic micropollutant like those organic small compounds because they cannot be simply filled off or removed. So our approach, as you can see in my bag, I'm trying to move it. So actually we have an enzyme coming from nature. It's called lacase. Actually, it's a natural enzyme that can do oxidation. So they use the oxygen from air plus with the enzyme to do oxidation. So once you oxidize the compound becomes insoluble. So as you can see in the figure on my right here, so that's actually is a membrane filter work together with the enzyme. So after the oxidation of those compounds to be insoluble products, they can be removed by the membrane filter. So in that way, we can effectively remove those phenolic compounds by doing oxidation and filtration at the same time. So the outcome of this project is to produce a prototype of membrane filter incorporating an enzyme for efficient removal of phenolic compounds. And so that will lead to our testing of at least 10 water samples from different lakes and rivers in Minnesota. So that was our long-term goal, is to develop those membrane filter for water treatment at a large scale or even a small scale like household water filter. But also another application, we could apply this method to a spongy material, so that can be thrown in the lakes and river actually to remove the phenolic compounds from rivers and lakes. So that's the end of my presentation. So thank you for the opportunity. Welcome to your question.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, questions? Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Zhao. Do you have a byproduct of this process that would had to be disposed of in some way? Is there any, product that is hazardous that would have, like the enzyme filter or anything that is a byproduct of your process?
Thank you for the question. Commissioner. So because enzyme itself is kind of natural protein, so I mean they can be cleaned up over time. The membrane also has a life span for several years. So there are industry process to produce, how to handle the waste of like used membrane. Many of them can be regenerated, will be reused. So the byproduct, one of the byproduct actually is the oxidation product that has to be removed from the membrane, that has to be disposed properly. Although they are generally non-toxic, they are non-estrogenic compounds, but they have to be handled by a proper way to like a waste collection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from members? Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you so much for your presentation. We are going to go to line 23, which is project proposal number 2026-070, Vadness Lake Nature-Based Recreation and Drinking Water Protection in the category of water from the city of Vadness Heights. I believe you are with us. Welcome to the LCCMR. Please introduce yourself and then proceed with your presentation.
Sorry, it took me a second to figure out how to unmute myself. Thank you very much, Chair Jordan. With me today are Aaron Spry, Natural Resource Specialist for the City of Vadness Heights, and Lauren San Pedro, Watershed Technician for the Vadness Lake Area Water Management Organization. My name is Jim Hoth. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Vadness Heights. It's my honor to present our project and represent our partners, the Vadness Lake Area Water Management Organization, or VLAMO, Ramsey County, and St. Paul Regional Water Service, also known as SPRWS. I'm also excited for the state of Minnesota and all of you as members of the LCCMR Selection Committee to have the opportunity to partner with us and fund a constructible project with tangible benefits for an underserved community and the Northeast Metro. The East Vadness Lake Subwatershed Nature-Based Recreation Area, which is a mouthful, is a 20-acre space consisting of 2 city-owned parcels adjacent to 35E and 694. LCCMR funding will be used to further build on the work currently ongoing under an MPCA sewer overflow and stormwater reuse municipal grant awarded in 2025, or OSG grant for short. The OSG grant was obtained following a hydrologic study conducted by the City of Vadness Heights in partnership with VLAMO that identified this location as optimal for water quality improvements. The OSG grant will take the water quality pond project through design or through pre-design and design. The LCCMR funding will be used to construct water quality improvement ponds, expand educational opportunities, build paved and unpaved trails, provide gathering spaces, and create nature-based play areas, all of which will be unique to the underserved community it will be constructed in. The construction of the ponds will provide water quality improvements to East Vadness Lake, the main drinking water reservoir and location of the treatment plant intake for St. Paul Regional Water and the 450,000 residents they serve in 14 communities. The newly constructed ponds, located half a mile from SPRWS's main surface water reservoir, will lead to the removal of total suspended solids and total phosphorus, 2 goals for St. Paul Regional Water. This will help ensure clean drinking water for the entire region. Educational information will be available throughout the park on drinking water treatment and protection, water quality improvements, and our impact on the environment, native plants and local ecology, as well as the existing habitat and history of the land. Educational information will be provided in multiple languages commonly spoken in Vadness Heights. The looped trail system, consisting of paved and unpaved trails, will provide access to a natural space for residents and guests of all abilities 10 minutes from downtown St. Paul. The trail network will create multimodal transportation opportunities for the underserved community, providing access to local government buildings, a mass transit center, grocery stores, department stores, banking services, healthcare services, and restaurants, all located within Vadness Heights City Center. The Northeast Metro is currently undergoing infill construction that is claiming many remaining undeveloped city-owned parcels. This project will ensure the preservation of 20 acres of floodplain forest natural prairie, and wooded wetland for the region. In conclusion, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am excited to partner with Velamo, Ramsey County, and SPRWS on this project that will achieve multiple benefits. I'm also excited for all of you to have the opportunity to vote for a project that, when constructed, advances multiple priorities of the LCCMR mandate and will protect the environment and drinking water source for 450,000 residents, ensure the conservation and revitalization of a natural space in a highly developed area, preserve the existing land and history of the area, and enhance the state's natural resources, all while benefiting an underserved community. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for your presentation. I would also like to note that Commissioner Reese is present. We will go to member questions, starting with Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Houth, I wanted to understand the ponds that are part of this project are existing ponds. Is that correct?
There are no existing ponds on the 20-acre site that we are proposing to construct on. They would be constructed as part of the LCCMR project. Currently, the OSG grant is funding the pre-design work and design work for those ponds specifically. The LCCMR funding would help us construct those ponds and then expand the project to include the trail network, the educational installations, and some of the habitat and ecological information throughout the area.
Okay, Madam Chair, follow up. And so are those ponds, when they're constructed, are they different from what I might consider a typical stormwater management runoff pond, or is there some other difference that makes these better at filtering out the TSS and phosphorus?
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you for your question, Commissioner. And these would be typical stormwater ponds designed to allow for detention time and filtration through the use of that detention time, but also native plantings to remove total phosphorus and allow for sediments to settle out before they enter our other existing ponds and filter down to East Vadness Lake. So the process of constructing these ponds will increase our capacity to hold water longer, allowing suspended solids to filter out, and then the native plants that would be planted along these ponds would help filter out total phosphorus.
Thank you. Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Houth. Just a question for clarification. Does Vadness Heights get its drinking water from surface water or from wells?
To the city of Vadness Heights.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your question. Currently, the city of Vadness Heights owns and operates its own groundwater public water supply system. So the city has 4 wells, 3 of which we run regularly. And so this project, while it would not benefit the water quality for the residents of Vadness Heights, it would benefit the 450,000 that use the St. Paul Regional Water Services System. And as Lake Vadness, East Vadness Lake is the main surface water reservoir for SPRWS's system. It's in our area of control, and we have an impact on the amount of sediment and phosphorus reaching that reservoir. And so we have an obligation to do as much as we can to help protect that source.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you for your presentation. We are going to move on to line 24, project proposal number 2026-088, Twin Cities PBS Almanac Environment and Natural Resources Desk, also in the water category. I believe our presenter is here. Please introduce yourself for the LCCMR and then proceed with your presentation.
Chair Jordan and members of the LCCMR, my name is Carrie Kennedy, and I am the supervising producer for Almanac, Minnesota's longest-running public affairs program. Almanac is produced by Twin Cities PBS and broadcast on public television to every corner of the state. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal for a new statewide Environment and Natural Resources Desk. In 2019, Almanac produced a short segment on proposed copper nickel mining in the BWCA watershed near Ely. The segment only scratched the surface, so we sent a reporter back to tell all sides of the story, from environmentalists to local community members and mining experts and the companies involved. We wanted to unpack the history and potential economic and environmental impacts of mining to that area. The story was but one of many about water that should be told about Minnesota. From Worthington to Detroit Lakes, to the North Shore, to the Twin Cities, all the way up to International Falls, water is an engine in our state. It impacts what we grow and eat, the areas we fish and hunt, where we canoe and harvest wild rice, jobs we access, public health, economic activity, and so much more. Almanac is a statewide program, meaning we both tell stories from all corners of the state and share stories across the state. We are the only program, news or otherwise, that every Minnesotan can watch. We know our audiences and leaders trust Almanac to explore topics from multiple perspectives. We are nonpartisan. We know viewers feel more informed about key issues in the state and learn about the perspective of someone different. Sorry, there's a pop-up showing up, and feel more connected to other communities. Almanac is able to recruit ideologically diverse guests, including politicians, activists, community members, because they trust us to represent all sides of the story, including their own. We have the foundation to expand our reporting on water and natural resources, but to tell these stories with depth and expertise requires intensive resources, dedicated reporting, crew, travel, and time to build those relationships and access a wide variety of perspectives. Support from LCCMR will give Almanac the staff and capacity to pursue them with the scientific rigor they require. Our goal is to give people the facts, information, and perspectives they need to form their own opinions. We can help people see the ways issues touch their lives and what's happening from the Capitol to the Iron Range to Rochester and beyond. We propose to hire a full-time reporter with scientific journalism background to produce multiple stories each month for broadcast and streaming. This person would also convene in-person community conversations around the state and curate stories for some Almanac broadcast specials. We will seek to understand the impact of our reporting through regular audience and community feedback to ensure we are being good stewards of state funding. As a result of engaging with this new coverage, Minnesotans will have greater awareness of issues, policies, and solutions to address water concerns and issues. Minnesotans will have a greater appreciation for the wealth of water and other natural resources in our state, and Minnesotans will understand possible actions to engage around issues and solutions in the state and their own communities. Thank you, Chair Jordan and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak with you today. With statewide reach, nonpartisan storytelling, and a trusted legacy, Almanac is uniquely positioned to tell stories about water and its impact on our state. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
With that, we will go to member questions. Members, any questions? While you're thinking of one, I'm going to ask one. We've noticed a lot. I mean, I've noticed, I think the people of Minnesota have noticed threats to funding for PBS and other public news programs that we rely on, including our public news here in Minnesota. Are you anticipating any issues related to federal funding cuts that would impact this project?
We are seeking funding from LCCMR so that we can do this project, and so that outside funding sources that may or may not continue won't impact it.
Thank you. Further questions from members? Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Members, we are actually going to skip ahead. We have rescheduled one of our Friday presentations. So move into your packets to project line 129. It's proposal number 2026-457. Building a Future for Minnesota's At-Risk Butterflies. This is from the Minnesota Zoo. We're going to hear this presentation in an attempt to move some of our scheduling around to accommodate other events at the Capitol on Friday, as we discussed earlier. Seeing that we have the zoo with us, let's move to that presentation and then we'll go to member questions. Please introduce yourself and then proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to come in here. I am Eric Runquist. I am the manager of the Pollinator Conservation Initiative here at the Minnesota Zoo, where we have been establishing rearing and breeding protocols and trying to target conservation strategies for pollinators now for more than a decade. Pollinators are vital, but we also know that Many of them are in pretty steep declines, including dozens of Minnesota's butterflies. Most of these are at-risk species, and then they have no identified conservation plans or even estimations of what actions might be possible to assist in their recovery. There is a new study that came out that indicates that across the entire continent of North America, over the last 20 years, the abundance of butterflies in general has decreased by about 1/5. So we are experiencing broad-scale declines of many species. The goal of our project is to help develop and delineate conservation tools to develop to the benefit of multiple imperiled butterflies, leveraging the Pawnee skipper, a species of special concern, as a foundational case study, but then expanding that into other species as well, in a broader perspective. So the Minnesota Zoo's Pollinator Conservation Initiative and the Prairie Butterfly Conservation Program has established a robust portfolio of conservation tactics to help recover two of our most endangered butterflies, the Dakota skipper and the Pawnee, or the Poweshiek skipperling, which was nearly extinct a few years ago if it were not for our work. We've done this through a history of not only zoo-based rearing and breeding and reintroduction programs, but also through multifaceted research to better understand the threats these butterflies experience in the wild and the resources that they need to survive and thrive. We now have an opportunity to expand these efforts to better understand the threats faced by dozens of species across Minnesota and to explore the feasibility of certain kinds of actions. Now, our proposed project is twofold. First, we seek to explore the feasibility of our existing rearing and breeding protocols to a new species, the Pawnee skipper. This prairie endemic is now only known from maybe 3 sites in western Minnesota. It was known from many, many more, but is now barely hanging on in the state and is likely to be added, listed from a special concern species into a higher risk endangered listing status in the near future. It has some similar life history characteristics to the butterflies we work with, but enough differences that it provides a useful test case for others. We are proposing to attempt to rear and breed 2 full generations of Pawnee skippers here at the zoo to help optimize those protocols and see if this particular form of management, i.e. rearing and breeding protocols, can play a role in their conservation if that is deemed to be useful. This proof of concept project would help clarify components of their biology, something that is just simply lacking as well. And also then would provide specific guidance for potential habitat management. And then second, we are proposing to convene a group of stakeholders and species experts to vet possible conservation strategies and the associated action thresholds for those strategies for their implementation for a broad range of potentially dozens of Minnesota's at-risk butterflies. And this would include representatives from Minnesota state government, nonprofits, or other conservation groups of interest, absolutely species experts, land managers, and this would all be done through a neutral facilitation entity. And so with that, I'm hoping to be able to expand our portfolio of potential conservation actions, not saying that these would necessarily occur, but they would help develop those first initial steps to develop those portfolios. So with that, thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, questions for the presenter? And one thing I forgot to introduce was that this is under the small projects category for fish and wildlife. Not seeing any questions. Thank you for your time. And members, we still do have a little bit of time before lunch. So we are going to move to our agenda item 7 discussion since we are all here. And then we will, after we do that, we will break for lunch and resume our presentations as we mentioned earlier. But members, we are going to skip to agenda item 7, which I'm looking for in my notes. So this is work plans for projects funded in ML 2025, and I'm going to go to Director Nash to talk about this some more and give us some background.
Great. So members, there is a spreadsheet posted to the meeting page today that lists the work plans for projects that were funded just this past legislative session. There is a consent agenda that is on lines 3 through 113 of that spreadsheet. And these are for work plans accepted by staff with reasonable changes from the original proposals and that are deemed ready for your approval. So LCCMR approval of the work plans is needed before projects can start. If you approve them today, they would be able to start incurring costs on July 1 at the start of the new fiscal year. So any member can pull a project off the consent agenda for further discussion if you'd like. And depending on what the questions are, we could either try to answer them as staff, or if we need to consult with the project manager, we would likely move that item to another day for discussion. If you would like to choose to approve work plans on lines 3 through 113, we would ask that the motion to include approving the work plans subject to the notes and contingencies that are provided on the spreadsheet.
Thank you, Director Nash. I'm going to go to Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move the consent agenda work plans, including that they are subject to notes and changes? Contingencies, I'm sorry. Yes. Noted by staff in lines 3 through 113. Was that it? Thank you.
Great. We have that motion. Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Director Nash. Would you please let us know, those of us with conflicts of interest, would you please let us know if we can vote on this or not? With the changes a couple years ago or a year ago, I'm not sure.
Director Nash.
Madam Chair and members, the changes that were made to the conflict of interest statute a couple years ago only specified that you can't vote on a recommendation. If it's as a package vote, they did not say it was related to work plans. So we are implementing or interpreting it as such that motion to approve a consent agenda would be okay.
Thank you.
Any other discussion to the Albrecht motion? Okay, I think the clerk will, do we have to do a roll call on this or okay, so then the clerk will take the roll.
Albrecht.
Albrecht, yes.
Albrecht, yes. Per is excused. Jordan.
Jordan, aye.
Jordan, yes. Beeman?
Yes.
Beeman, yes. Faber is excused. Fisher.
Sure, yes.
Fisher, yes. Green. Green.
Green is excused.
Hedstrom.
Hedstrom, yes.
Hedstrom, yes. Heinzman. Heinzman. Langseth.
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Lilly.
Lily, yes.
Lilly, yes. McEwen.
McEwen, yes.
McEwen, yes. Moore.
More yes.
Moore, yes. Putnam.
Yes.
Putnam, yes. Reese.
Yes.
Reese, yes. Sprava is excused. Westrom.
Yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 12 yes, 0 no.
The motion prevails. Great job, members. We are going to take a break for lunch. It's enjoy your longer break. We're going to recess until 12:15 p.m. So exciting day, more presentations to come. And with that, members, we are in recess until approximately 12:15 p.m.
trying to figure out how do I share my screen, Michael, rather than just having the.
On the bottom there, on the timer computer, you should have a share
Oh, I see it. Perfect.
option and then, yeah, and then just go to the presentation mode on the PowerPoint and it will.
Perfect.
All right, there we go. And we can mute and turn off our cameras.
Okay.
Um,
Members, we're going to get started here in 1 more minute. We're going to wait for folks to come, but then we do have a lot more presentations this afternoon and some other business. So we're going to give folks 1 more minute to get back from lunch, and then we're going to get going with presentations. Commissioner Beaman?
Yes, Madam Chair, and maybe this is for Director Nash. I just had a protocol question before we started. Since I'm new, both to the commission and also to remote related meetings, what is the protocol around video on or video off and things like that? Do you need to have your video on at certain times or not? I'm just trying to get a sense of that.
Well, I don't know that there is any protocol around this. I've been leaving mine on just in my role as chair. When the legislature was remote, typically we had our videos off to help with kind of streaming capabilities. I think it's nice to, this is just, I think other people can feel free to chime in. I think it's nice if you're asking a question or speaking to turn your video on, but I think it's up to your discretion. So whatever you think is best. And obviously I sometimes have internet connectivity issues at home. So sometimes I have to keep my video off just to keep her moving here, but
okay,
just kind of, up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Other people can chime in if they have a different philosophy.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The LCC does have a policy that strongly encourages people to have their cameras on unless there are cases of connectivity.
There you go.
Thank you.
Any other kind of housekeeping? Otherwise, we are going to get started. I can find my notes. Great. So we're going to pick off here on line 25. We're going back to our agenda with proposal number 2026-116. Studying dam removal feasibility for the Mississippi Gorge. This is under the water category from Friends of the Mississippi River. When you're ready, please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation.
Chair Jordan and members, thank you. I'm Colleen O'Connor Toberman. I'm the Land Use and Planning Program Director at Friends of the Mississippi River. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. So Minnesota is facing a generational decision about the future of the Mississippi River, but the problem is that we don't have enough information right now to make it. The Army Corps of Engineers is conducting disposition studies of 2 Mississippi River locks and dams in the middle of the Twin Cities, the Lower St. Anthony Falls Lock and Dam and Lock and Dam 1, also known as a 4 dam. Over the past century, these structures have dramatically altered the river, and dam removal would restore very rare habitat, improve water quality, and enhance river recreation. Some of those ecological benefits would extend far downstream and into some major tributaries, but that doesn't make this an easy decision. This is an area with so much ecological, geological, and infrastructure complexity that it's not yet clear whether dam removal is the right choice once all the trade-offs and costs are considered. Yet, there's also no plan to currently study any of that. The Army Corps' ongoing disposition study is a high-level review that will not include an in-depth assessment of water quality, habitat changes, etc. The Corps has said its study will likely recommend transferring the dams to any willing owner, which would foreclose a potential for dam removal before the question's even fully studied. Elected officials at the state, federal, local, and tribal levels all have authority over aspects of this decision. They all need more information than the Corps is going to provide, and they need it in a timely manner. The Rapidan dam failure last year really showed us the high cost of delaying decisions about aging dams, and that's not something we can afford to let happen here again. So this study has been designed through years of extensive engagement. FMR and our partners hosted forums to engage over 50 technical experts to determine study needs and existing data. We've also done engagement with, including site visits and meetings with Dakota tribal councils, state and local elected officials, river recreation users, and the general public. We've reached over 1,000 participants through tours and presentations since 2022. So this study is designed to answer the questions that these decision makers and stakeholders have raised as the most important. Some of the topics will include the ecological and recreational benefits of dam removal, which species would benefit, how many acres of habitat would be restored, etc. how the estimated 3 million cubic meters of sediment that's backed up behind Lock and Dam 1 can be managed without negative downstream impacts, and how dam removal would impact surrounding infrastructure such as bridges, stormwater systems, and utilities, what adaptations would be needed, and at what cost. So the final report will be a quantification of the cost of dam removal and ecological restoration along with its benefits. A little bit more about how the Army Corps process fits into this. By law, the Army Corps disposition study process is designed to focus on the Corps' budget and the Corps' mission above other interests, which prevents the Corps from committing resources to studying dam removal when the Corps believes that it's more cost-effective for them to simply transfer ownership of the structures to any willing party. So this project is our way to ensure that our local interests, our state interests, our tribe's interests are represented when it's time for Congress to make that final decision about removal or future ownership. We do believe that Congress should provide funding for removal. We don't believe that this study is intended to open a door for state funding for dam removal. So about the cost of this project, our request is for $1,099,000. 94% of that is subcontracted out to the engineering firm that would be selected to conduct the study. The study requires a lot of field work and sampling. Some of that's quite costly. We have a little bit allocated for study dissemination with the intent to reach a statewide audience. Less than 3% of the study cost is for administrative time. Most of the administrative time is provided in kind through existing funds. Before submitting this proposal, we really carefully reviewed the study scope and only included the elements that lawmakers, including tribal leaders, state and local agencies, and community stakeholders told us were essential for their decision-making about this. We've already trimmed what we can from the budget. If we only received a partial budget, it would mean many years of seeking funding for and carrying out additional studies in a very piecemeal way. And in the meantime, the Corps will be pressing for a decision to be made, even if Minnesotans don't have all the information we need yet. And over those years, the locks and dams would continue to deteriorate with minimal maintenance. So the most efficient, cost-effective way to make a generational decision like this for the Mississippi River is for the study to be funded in full, so we can get all of the information and move forward with the process. So that's all to say. This proposal is not traditionally scalable, and we can't get the same results with less money than requested. With that, thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from members? Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next project is on line 26. It is proposal number 2026-124, protecting Minnesota's waters from plastic and rubber-derived chemicals, in the category of water, from the University of Minnesota College of Science and Engineering. Welcome to the LCCMR. Please introduce yourself for committee members and then proceed with your presentation.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having me here. I'm Bill Arnold from the University of Minnesota Department of Civil, Environmental, and Geoengineering. In here, the room with me is my colleague, Professor Boya Zhang, who's also in the same department. And she's one of the co-investigators on the project. And our other partners on this project are Professor Christine Wammer from the University of St. Thomas and Dr. Purnima Natarajan from the St. Anthony Falls Laboratory. So stormwater management systems, and specifically stormwater ponds, were originally designed to manage water flow. But over time, we've recognized the importance of using our stormwater systems for removing particulates and then nutrients to protect our water resources as well. Stormwater, however, carries chemical pollutants. And some of these are obvious, like the pesticides used in lawns and landscaping. And these chemicals might be degraded in the ponds, collected in the sediments, or pass through to our surface and groundwaters, which causes problems. Now, new classes of chemicals that are derived from plastics and rubbers are causing concern in stormwater. One chemical used to help stabilize tires has been shown to be highly toxic to certain fish species. And there are many chemicals that are added to plastics and rubbers to give them specific properties. And these chemicals can leach out during use. Some of these chemicals are incorporated as pesticides or fungicides, and some are structurally similar to pesticides and fungicides and could have similar toxicity. Also, we know tires wear down, and I'm sure everyone on the committee dreads being told your car needs new tires due to the cost. And plastic materials wear down over time in the environment, and these particles also get trapped in our stormwater infrastructure. And the issue there is they can then leach out these same chemicals that were put in to design the properties of the polymers and rubbers impacting our surface and groundwaters. So in our project, we want to evaluate the impact of these pollutants, processes that may degrade them, and how to improve our stormwater infrastructure to protect our water resources. We've built a team with the expertise necessary to achieve these goals. So our key questions for the project are, first, which plastic and rubber-derived chemicals are present in Minnesota stormwater, and what are potential sources of these chemicals? Second, are there natural, chemical, and biological processes that degrade these compounds in stormwater ponds and sediments? Third, are pond sediments, where the rubber and plastic materials are captured, sources or sinks for these chemicals? And then lastly, how do we optimize pond flow and management to maximize degradation and minimize release of these chemicals? Our proposed project will allow us to quantify the inputs of these chemicals that represent a risk to aquatic ecosystems and our water resources. We'll also be able to build models that predict how they will be degraded and transported in different scenarios. Now, these plastic and rubber-derived chemicals are pervasive in our buildings and our transportation systems, and we're clearly not going to ban these chemicals. And there's already vast amounts of them present in Minnesota's environment and infrastructure. They're already being carried into our water resources, so it's critical to understand how they are processed in our current stormwater infrastructure. Once we understand the current situation, we can look for opportunities for improvement. I also want to note that we've specifically focused on stormwater ponds because they're so numerous in our communities. Additionally, these ponds are specific points in the stormwater system where chemical and biodegradation can occur, but pond sediments may serve as these long-term sources. Importantly, what we find in stormwater ponds will also be relevant to our lakes. Similar processes will occur in lakes, but the concentrations of the plastic and rubber-derived chemicals will likely be lower. But overall, the information we gain will be useful in broader models evaluating the impacts of these chemicals. So this work is needed to demonstrate the best ways to minimize risks to aquatic species and to protect our drinking water resources from this new class of chemicals derived from plastic and rubbers by optimizing our stormwater management infrastructure and recommending improvements. Thank you so much for your time, and Boy and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, questions? Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. You know, one of the sort of unique things that cities have that have curb and gutter is an MS4 permit, which is required by the state of Minnesota. And so we're required to do stormwater management, and we need really good resources for understanding the best way to do that. The state made this as a unfunded mandate on cities, I would say, that requires us to do stormwater management, and they didn't allow us to, they didn't provide any funding for it, but they do provide a special tax for it. So the cities can tax properties for stormwater management. And so we do, and often people say, well, I don't have curb and gutter in front of my house. I live in the city. Why do I have to pay for it? And of course, everyone has a benefit from quality natural resources, including our surface water. So I think this is a really good project. I appreciate you bringing it forward, and good luck.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Albrecht, thank you very much.
Further questions from members? Great, thank you for your presentation. We are going to move on to line 27, proposal number 2026-164, public toolbox to forecast toxic cyanobacteria blooms in the category of water from UMD and RRI. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself for all of us and then proceed with your presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairs and the Commissioners. So I'm the Cholan Chan at the University of Minnesota's Natural Research Institute. So I'm in the environment engineer who has worked on the microbiological water quality toward the developing solution over 2 decades. And then this is my collaborator, Chris Filsrop, also with the Natural Research Institute, who has studied the cyanobacteria blooms for over 20 years. So first, thank you for the opportunity for us to present our proposed project. So Minnesota Canal Lake are the heart of our community and our recreation, and in some cases, our drinking water. So, but they are facing the increasing threat harmful algal blooms caused by the toxic kind of cyanobacteria. So these toxic blooms are not just the eyesore. They make people sick, also kill pets, and then force the beach closure and then drinking water restrictions. And they are getting worse. So plumes are spreading even our most pristine water body, like the Lake Superior, and then the boundary waters. And our current tools for monitoring cannot keep up. The visual observation or the water sampling may miss the critical bloom event or underestimate their extent. Particularly, it is difficult to kind of determine or forecast if and then when the blooms are toxic, because not all blooms are toxic. So moreover, laboratory kind of toxin assay takes days to get result, and then the current rapid toxic test kits cannot accurately determine if toxins are above the kind of recreational and then drinking water guidance. So that is the why we are proposing the new solution. So field ready and then rapid respond toolbox. Now we are calling this is a cyno detector. So this portable system will allow the local agency like the soil and the water conservative district and the lake association test their water samples on site and then predicted the whether blooms are likely become toxic before it actually does. So here how it works. So we will using cutting-edge genomic tools to portable DNA sequencers to detect the toxin produced gene in the lake water. Here I'm actually showing the portable sequencer MinION, which we will use in this project. And then this is actually smaller than my hand. Okay, I will put my face. And then we will pair that with the cyanobacteria toxin measurement to create the Minnesota-specific database. They can forecast the future toxin event with the much greater speed and then accuracy. So this allowed the water resource manager to proactively close the beaches before people get sick and issuing the advisory before toxin reaches the actually dangerous level, and then protecting the drinking water sources across the state. So we will train the local state agency how to use the cyno detector, help them incorporate into their regular monitoring. So we have the buy-in from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, Minnesota Department of the Health, and then several county soil water conservative district, and then public health office, as shown in there's a letter of the support and then the collaboration. It is designed to be affordable and easy to use in the field, and then able to deliver the result in less than 24 hours. And we will create the clear kind of guidance through the instruction manual and then videos and then online tools to adopt it easily statewide. So this is about empowering local community with the better tools and then better information. And it is a smart investment in the public health, environmental stewardship, and then our shared future. With your support, we can turn cutting-edge science into the practical application to protect the Minnesota peoples and the lake. And then thank you. I'm happy to hear your feedback and answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll start with questions from Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the presentation. This is really, to me, very fascinating. And my question is to understand, is the science of being able to detect in advance what you think would be a harmful algal bloom already there, and that what this project is to turn it into the useful tool? Or are you still doing research to get to that predictive ability for a harmful algal bloom?
So there are some of the study already there. So it's like our healthcare system. We already have the gene for like breast cancer. If we have that gene, we know that gene is there. At that time, we can actually prevent the action for our health. So that is kind of similar concept. So we already know what cyanobacteria genes out there, and then we will quantify it. So based on the quantified number, we can actually predict the after 2 weeks or the certain days, actually toxin, it is kind of toxin level will be already certain levels. So we need to find that relationship for the Minnesota water. So like not the general, like kind of all across the world, we need to develop that relationship in the Minnesota water. So that's the one of the key part of this project, actually first activity.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Jordan, and thank you for the presentation. My question is related to ownership of the tool. You're presenting this as an employee of the University of Minnesota. When or if this tool is created using public dollars, who owns the tool and the intellectual property? Is that then the University of Minnesota?
Dr. Chung.
So thank you for the question. I think my understanding when the university actually get funding from the state, it is actually state is the intellectual property. That's my understanding. But I do not know this will be the actually, the intellectual property or the actual product. So that's kind of we will determine as our research and then kind of practice into the actually local water resource management.
Thank you. Commissioner Reese.
That was my question, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Great. I actually had a question as well. And my question is, there's a lot of focus on lakes here, but I'm also wondering, well, yes, we have many wonderful lakes in Minnesota. We also are a land of many rivers as well, streams and other bodies of water. Is this a tool that can be used in other bodies of water? And if it is really only for lakes, I understand that lakes, obviously have a unique hydrology. Is there differentiation in like size of lake or any kind of, is it applicable to all sizes of lakes, or is it a more tailored tool that we would be developing here?
It is applicable to the all water body. And then we are primarily kind of initial kind of focus will be the lake. And then I think that number of the, this is applicable for the what size, what lake. I think that is actually a question for the how many samples we need to take. So I think already Lake Association or the Soil Water Conservative District, they have the actually sampling scheme in there's lake site. So we can utilize that information. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, any last questions? Otherwise, seeing none, thank you. We will move on to line 28, proposal ID 2026-168, integrating biological carbon capture and microalgae for sustainable biofuel production from the University of Minnesota in the water category. It looks like our presenter is here. Welcome to the LCCMR. Please introduce yourself for our committee members and then proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner, and a member of the committee. My name is Veluchami Chitraichami, and I am the faculty in the College of Food, Agricultural, and Natural Resource Science, housed at the West Central Research and Outreach Center, Maurice, Yemen. I appreciate you all taking the time to hear my proposal entitled Integrating Biological Carbon Capture and Microalgae for Sustainable Biofuel Production. As you may know, Minnesota is the second largest swine producing state in the nation. In fact, we have more pigs than people. For every person, we have 1.6 pigs. This thriving industry contributes $3.2 billion to our state economy, but it also generates substantial volume of wastewater, 6.8 billion gallons every year, so which is rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and organic matter. If we do not properly treat or manage, this will contribute to nutrient runoff, water pollution, eutrophication in local lakes and watershed, releasing greenhouse gas emission of 251 million ton of methane every year. This makes it a state's single largest source of methane emission from livestock manure. So our project proposes an innovative nature-based solution to transform this environmental challenge into economic opportunity. So we will develop an integrated system that combines two powerful biological tools. This integrated system will treat swine wastewater, capture carbon, produce renewable biofuel and bioproducts, all while supporting the cleaner water, reduced emissions, circular bioeconomy, more sustainable agriculture, directly aligning with the LCCMR mission and its priorities. So despite having 3,200 swine farms, there is not even a single anaerobic digestion facility in the swine industry in our state. This is largely due to low dry matter content, high nitrogen content, and a nutrient imbalance. Although anaerobic digestion is well-established technology, it is not economically feasible for swine wastewater due to its low dry matter content, resulting in larger digester volume with high capital cost. We will solve those problems by separating the swine manure into solid and liquid fraction. Solid portion, which is rich in nitrogen, will be co-digested with the carbon-rich agricultural residue. This will balance the carbon to nitrogen ratio, which is essential for process optimization and to maximize the biogas production. So this contributes to the on-site energy generation. Basically, this step reduce our emissions, stabilize the waste, and makes the manure safer for land application. The liquid portion of the wastewater, which still contain nitrogen, phosphorus, turbidity, so basically the cloudiness, which will hamper the algal cultivation. By adding inorganic solvent, we can produce this struvite fertilizer that will add additional income to the industry. Then the liquid wastewater will be used to cultivate the high value microalgae. So we are plan to screen and select algal strain that best suit for Minnesota conditions, wastewater compositions, specifically inducing the mutagens to enhance their starch and lipid content, absorbing the excess nutrients, and thereby preventing the nutrient runoff into the nearby waters, avoiding the water pollutions and eutrophications. So this project will prepare the swine industry with a more sustainable tool to better manage the wastewater and generate additional income through renewable energy, fertilizers, and algal-based bioproducts. So we are interested in scaling up our research from lab to pilot in this project and trying to secure future federal matching fund to secure the implementation of from pilot to field on-farm technology. So we already have infrastructures, expertise, and collaboration in place. So WCROC is an 1,100-acre living laboratory with the other pilot to lab scale system, and partner farms are ready to participate. As far as I am aware, there has been no LCCMR funding allocated specifically for the swine manure management, even though the swine industry contributes significantly to the Minnesota economy and poses these substantial environmental challenges. I believe this is a smart investment in the Minnesota environmental priorities. This project tackles the nutrient pollutions, carbon emission, waste valorization, also the turning the liability into the resource. Thank you for your time and consideration. I would be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, any questions? Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the diagram that you included in your project application, and I'm trying to figure out what your byproducts will be. Will you have biomass as well as biofuel, or can you just explain what the byproducts of this project will be?
So basically, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. Basically, we are trying to integrate two technology, anaerobic digestion and algal. So the byproduct will be from anaerobic digestion, we will get the biogas, which we can use for the combined heat and power, or compressed natural gas, or renewable natural gas itself. We can upgrade from the biogas what we are getting out from the anaerobic digestion itself. So although if you and the liquid portion that we are used to cultivate the algal, from that algal we are trying to get the algal based chemicals and byproduct we can get out from. So far in dairy manure they have worked on to algal cultivation based on the dairy manure, but so far there won't be any study on the swine manure. So I am targeting on the swine manure to the byproduct. Basically we may get a biogas, algal based bioproduct, and also the fertilizers, that's a struvite, like magnesium, ammonium phosphate that we may, those are the byproduct we will get from that technology, Madam.
Thank you. Can I ask again?
Oh, boy.
Yes.
So it sounds like you're going to have biogas, and then there may be some fertilizer applications that you'll be able to ascertain. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Thank
so
you.
Go for it.
So basically, our from that anaerobic digestion, that we are separating the solid and liquid portion. So as of now, as I said in my presentation itself, so we have Minnesota, we have potential of 1700 anaerobic digestion facility. We have an opportunity, but so far we have only 42 anaerobic digestion, that is limited only to the wastewater and the landfill, very limited on the dairy farm. So there won't be anything on the swine. So that's the study we are focusing on to maximize the renewable natural gas from the manure itself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from members? Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank
We will
you.
move on to our next presentation on line 29, proposal ID number 2026-169, PFAS and precipitation, assessing a critical statewide threat under the water category, from the University of Minnesota Duluth. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself for us and then proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alex Free, and I am the Research and Fellowship Coordinator for Minnesota Sea Grant. Minnesota Sea Grant is a state and federal partnership to the University of Minnesota and one of 34 programs across the country. Our program works to put water science to work for Minnesotans through research, outreach, and education, and workforce development. Per and fluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, are a class of thousands of compounds that have been used since the 1940s. These compounds have a range of unique properties that make them extremely useful in many commercial and consumer applications. Unfortunately, when released into the environment, many PFAS compounds persist for an extremely long time, and some are even toxic at very low concentrations. While PFAS contamination is often observed at major sources such as production facilities, military bases, and landfills, places where we expect to find it, PFAS has also been observed on mountaintops in the Arctic and remote lakes.
Yeah, that speaker's live. Should be, yes, correct. And it appears.
Members and participants, please mute themselves unless they are asking a question or presenting. Thank you. Please proceed, Dr. Free.
Thank you. This tells us that some PFAS can move long distances through the environment, and that the atmosphere is the most likely pathway bringing these contaminants to such remote places. For Minnesota's most sensitive natural resources, including our prairies, lakes, and forests, PFAS transported through the atmosphere and deposited through rain and snow may be the most important source of PFAS contamination. This project aims to comprehensively investigate Minnesota's rain and snow by leveraging existing infrastructure to create the first statewide long-term data set of PFAS in precipitation in the United States. The work will build on the existing network of the National Atmospheric Deposition Program, or NADP, which operates 8 precipitation sampling sites in Minnesota. NADP collects weekly integrated rain and snow samples using standardized methods. NADP is a collaborative network that relies on local site operators to collect samples in a centralized analytical facility to measure their chemistry using robust, validated methods. It was originally established over 50 years ago to monitor pollutants like acid rain, but recently NADP developed protocols for analyzing PFAS in rain and snow. This creates a unique opportunity for Minnesota to assess the risks to our water resources using a system that's validated in infrastructure that's already in place. This project would add up to 8 Minnesota NADP sites to the PFAS monitoring network for 3 years, generating weekly data on more than 30 different PFAS compounds. This effort will produce continuous multi-year data, including measurements of regulated PFAS compounds like PFOA and PFOS. In fact, a smaller study that we've already performed already found levels of PFOA in Minnesota rain and snow at levels above Minnesota Department of Health-based drinking water guidance value. The data produced by this project will be publicly available to scientists, resource managers, and communities through the NADP website, and it will serve as a long-term foundation for understanding PFAS and precipitation and the risks it poses to Minnesota's ecosystems and water resources. In addition to the core data set, we'll also collect total fluorine non-target data. This will help us identify PFAS compounds not captured by standard methods. This is important because many PFAS chemicals are chemicals that aren't routinely measured. And if you remember earlier, I said there are thousands of PFAS, and the normal methods typically measure 30-some. You can think of these compounds that are typically missed as what I like to call stealth PFAS. Measuring total organic fluorine gives us a picture of how much fluorine-containing material, the chemical backbone of PFAS, is present overall, even if we don't yet know the identity or concentration of every specific compound to do a robust chemical analysis. We'll take this one step further by using non-target analysis, a technique that detects what we call unknown unknowns. These are PFAS compounds that aren't part of standard methods, but still may be present and relevant. Non-target methods cast a wide net. They don't tell us exact concentrations, but they can detect new or unexpected PFAS compounds and help explain the gap between total fluorine and measured PFAS to help explain what we see in the environment. Together, these techniques provide a more complete picture of PFAS in Minnesota's precipitation and associated risks to our resources. In addition to measuring PFAS, we want to understand how it gets into our rain and snow. We'll use a combination of statistical source tracking tools and atmospheric modeling to investigate the sources and transport pathways of PFAS across Minnesota. This analysis will help us move from just measuring PFAS to understanding its origin and movement, which is essential if we want to reduce or prevent the impacts to our natural resources. Finally, we are committed to making sure this information is accessible and useful to the people of Minnesota. In addition to making the results publicly available online, we'll host a series of regional workshops for resource managers and the public, especially in communities near sampling sites across Minnesota. These workshops will translate the science into plain language, helping communities, tribal partners, and local decision makers understand the findings, what the findings mean for their region, and how they might respond. The results of this project will be valuable for evaluating PFAS risks, guiding remediation, and potentially tracking the success of regulatory actions. Thank you for your time and commission. I look forward to your questions or consideration, sorry.
Thank you for your presentation. Sorry about some of the interruptions.
Nope, that's okay.
Members, any questions for UMDC grant? I guess I have a question. I know you said that you have not, that this kind of measuring it is a very kind of new thing that we're doing. But obviously we've seen different trends and usage of PFAS over time since it's been started, since it's been invented. We've also, Minnesota has a nation leading non-essential use PFAS work that's been done by the legislature. Is there any kind of historical data that you can access to determine trends, to determine if there is less PFAS in the environment over time? Or are there trends as people as consumers either choose to buy products that don't have PFAS or as some of these legislative bans take place?
Yeah, that's a great question. There is some data from the NADP that over the past few years they've started to collect. There's some kind of case by case where someone will pick a site and they'll do it for a short period of time, that goes back into kind of the mid-2000s, mid-aughts. As far as seeing progress from the regulatory standpoint, an interesting kind of artifact for why these atmospheric ones have been more important is that some of the transition we've seen as we move from things that have been known to be toxic, like the PFOA and PFOS, is that they're often replaced with things that are more volatile, likely to go into the atmosphere, transport, and often react back into some of those, more regulated compounds. So the atmospheric PFAS have become much more important as far as considering how they're getting to environment, as we've seen some regulatory action. We would expect to see some, as the Minnesota rules come into effect, some reductions in atmospheric PFAS, and that's hopefully, a project like this would be able to capture that. But we don't completely understand why there is so much PFAS that comes down in rain and snow. And if that's just, there's so many products everywhere that there's just emissions from everybody's products, or if there's certain point sources, or if there's an atmospheric background yet. So this really help us understand that. Thank you.
Great. I have a follow-up question, but I will go to Commissioner Westrom first and any other members that have questions. Commissioner Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Little similar question, but you had mentioned in your presentation finding the source of PFAS. Do we not know that it's man-made, or is there some natural occurring PFAS that we're talking about here? If you could explain the source issue, because it seems to me we at least make legislative changes believing we know the source already. So I'd be interested in more input on that.
To the presenter.
Great question. So yes, we know the sources were like the major point sources. So if you go to a PFAS production factory, that's obviously a source. We know it's in many consumer products, but as these things move through the environment and get into products, what's important for why that's in the atmosphere, or why it ends up in the rain and snow, or why it ends up in your lake? It might be because we're all wearing raincoats that contain PFAS, or the products are emitting kind of downstream. So although we know primary sources and all PFAS are, synthetic compounds, once, the kind of local source or what the processes that are important for this specific pathway are often more complicated. So you can't always just point to a factory upstream and say that's the specific one that's causing all the PFAS pollution in Minnesota, because it's quite a complex picture. And there's lots of cycling in the environment. So
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from members? And mine was kind of in it. I had a similar sort of question about we know, for example, in Chair Albrecht's neck of the woods, the airport in Bemidji is a significant source of PFAS contamination in the Mississippi River. So I had some questions about identifying those less obvious source points. So thank you thank you, Commissioner Westrom, for asking a similar question, and thank you to the presenter for your presentation. Not seeing any other questions, we will move on to line 30, which is proposal ID number 2026-203, assessment of microplastic pollution in karst aquifers in the water category from Metro State University. Seeing our presenter, please introduce yourself for us and then proceed with your presentation.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having us here today. My name is Ben Moss. I am an assistant professor in the Natural Sciences Department of Metro State University.
And I'm Boya Shong from I'm assistant professor from the Department of Civil Environmental and Geoengineering of University of Minnesota.
The objectives of our proposal are to determine the presence and the potential sources of microplastic pollution in Minnesota's karstic area and shallow karst aquifers in order to determine ecological and human exposures to microplastic pollution via groundwater and drinking water. Microplastics are one of the most prevalent pollutants of our time. They are plastic particles smaller than 5 millimeters, and they become unavoidable in our daily lives. Microplastics have been found in the air we breathe, the food we eat, the water we drink, and in precipitation. We have also found them in Minnesota's stormwater and surface water. Sources of microplastic pollution include tire wear from roads, microfibers in the laundry, water from our washing machines, and weathering of paints, and from agriculture products applied in fields. Microplastics have also been found in human tissue and have been linked to health effects on our immune system, reproductive and cardiovascular systems. Microplastics can also impact the organisms that live in the water of our karst ecosystems. Microplastic pollution in surface water is well known, but what is less understood is the presence of microplastic in groundwater. However, recent research indicates that microplastics can pollute shallow aquifers. These shallow aquifers are susceptible to pollutant caused by human activities. For example, in 2023, the US EPA advised the state of Minnesota to decrease nitrate concentrations as a result of agricultural practices in the impaired karst aquifers of southeastern Minnesota. This same region is concerned for microplastics. That is Minnesotans at greatest risk of drinking water polluted with microplastics are those that live in southeastern Minnesota's karstic area and who rely on private well water from karst aquifers as a primary source of drinking water, which is approximately 80,000 Minnesotans. The reason why shallow karst aquifers are so susceptible to pollution is surface water can rapidly flow from the surface to the aquifers and then into private wells, all with minimal amounts of filtration. This fairly rapid flow rate and minimal filtration is a result of sinkholes, crevices, and cracks in the bedrock that act like expressways for polluted water to enter the aquifers. The expressways allow rainwater to bypass the soil, which normally would filter the microplastics and essentially enter an aquifer directly, making areas with karst hotspots for microplastic pollution. There is a need to understand the scale of microplastic pollution in karst aquifers of Minnesota to assess the possible health implications for those who rely on karst aquifers as drinking water supplies, and to assess the pollutant potential risk to karst ecosystems. Therefore, our goals for this project are to understand how microplastics enter and move through karst aquifers, including the possible sources of microplastic and how much is present, to better understand what control measures might be needed to protect our ecosystems and health of Minnesotans that use the water. We're investigating 3 important questions. The first 2 are microplastics present in shallow karst aquifers in southeastern Minnesota. If we're able to find how much and what type is present, what are their potential sources? To answer the first two questions, we will collect surface and groundwater samples in southeast Minnesota and analyze them for microplastics. We'll use this information about the locations and types of microplastic we find to assess their potential sources. Third question we're addressing is what risk could the microplastic in groundwater pose to residents of southeast Minnesota rely on Karst aquifers drinking water source? What risk could they pose to the Karst ecosystems of Minnesota? We will answer this question by using concentrations we measure to estimate the amount of microplastics to which people and biota could be exposed and assess potential risks associated with exposures using EPA investigative risk assessments. By addressing these three questions, we aim to help keep Minnesotans and our fragile Karst ecosystems safe. In summary, our project is designed to understand the presence of microplastics in Minnesota's Karst aquifers and their associated health and ecological implications. Decision makers can use the results of our research to determine if control measures might be needed and where to keep our communities safe from microplastic pollution in groundwater. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, and we're happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. First on the list to ask a question is Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. As you noted at the beginning, we are very well aware of the Karst, the challenges with water in the Karst regions when it comes to nitrates and nitrate pollution and that sort of thing, and that there are already concerns for the residents down there who rely on the drinking water and the possible potential nitrate contamination, for example. Do you think that, I mean, this sounds maybe overly simplistic. I would assume if there's microplastic pollution, it's going to be in the similar vein to nitrogen or other sort of runoff pollution, which would already be being addressed by filtration. Do you see, I guess I'm asking, do you see microplastics as a very distinct type of potential pollution that would be different from the other type of pollution in the groundwater? Or is it more, we're just finding the whole range of pollution that people with those wells are going to be concerned about for their drinking water?
To the presenter.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner. It is a slightly different but also similar issue of in karst areas that there is poor filtration, so anything that does happen on the surface will make its way pretty quickly into the shallow karst systems. It's different in the sense that nitrate is water soluble, whereas microplastic is flowing along with the water. And so in more public drinking water systems, the microplastic is more removed by filtration. The issue with the private drinking water wells, which again, 80-ish thousand people in Minnesota rely on, is that there generally is a lack of filtration on the groundwater well before it becomes a drinking water source. And so it presents in these private, generally rural wells, more of a unique situation is that these rural residents would potentially not have filtration that would remove the microplastic, which a public utility would. Hopefully I answered your question. Sorry.
Yeah, Commissioner Beaman, I thank you for your question. I just want to add that in terms of the sources of microplastic, it is also very prevalent and ubiquitous, as ubiquitous and prevalent as nitrate or nutrients from agriculture sources. It can come from runoff, can come from atmosphere, the air we breathe and deposit, and can come from the roads. So the sources are, if not more, but similar degree of how ubiquitous it is.
Thank you for that. Next question goes to Commissioner Langseth. Commissioner Langseth, if you're talking, we cannot hear you. Does anyone have any questions? Maybe, okay, we'll go to Commissioner Moore, and then maybe we'll try Commissioner Langseth in a little bit here. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair Jordan, and thank you for the presentation. First, I'll make an offer to my legislative commissioners. I recently did some background research on microplastics to educate myself and some other decision makers. So I've developed a little bit of an executive summary on microplastics in the environment. I've shared this with my citizen commissioners just to help us to get up to speed. And if any legislative commissioners are interested, I'm happy to share that. I don't have an agenda on this particular issue. My question to the presenter, though, is how do you intend to communicate to policymakers, to natural resource managers, to water managers, your findings and potential policy implications of your findings?
To the presenters.
Thank you, Commissioner Langseth. I used a combination of presentations and then also trying to work with our various partners and connections that we have with the folks in the different agencies to try to make sure that we share our information as we get it, and then try to make it as publicly available as possible, and then making sure that the various stakeholders are updated as we go along.
Yeah, I just want to add, thank you, Commissioner Langseth, and we are aware of some of the ongoing work that the MPCA Drinking Water Standard Group, I'm sorry if I don't remember exactly the term that they are working with, but they are currently conducting some survey, collaborating with USGS to understand the microplastic in general, lake and groundwaters in Minnesota, but not focusing on the Karst system. So we are hoping our work is complementary to each other by focusing on these more vulnerable aquifers. And we have already established a lot of communication and some collaboration as well with them that we will share our information with the MPCA.
Thank you for that answer. Okay, we're gonna go try Commissioner Langseth again. Commissioner Langseth, are we able to hear you? Unfortunately, we are not. I think we just lost Commissioner Langseth. Oh, Commissioner Langseth? Commissioner Langseth?
Madam
Maybe-
Chair,
Yes.
I can offer that we can move Commissioner Langseth into a break room and have staff work with her to see if we can fix the audio issue.
That would be a good idea. We are on time so far, so she'll just give us a little technology pause.
Right. And thank you for your question, Commissioner Moore. I saw the other hand for Langseth, and I'm sorry I misidentified you.
I'm honored to be addressed as Langseth.
I'm glad it worked out then. Thank you for your understanding.
Okay, I see Commissioner Langseth is back in the main room. Do we want to try some audio again?
All right, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All
Proceed
right.
with your question.
Sorry, and it's already been kind of answered, but I'll I'll just pose it again. So I live in Southeast Minnesota, and I work on nitrates in the Southeast, and obviously nitrates are an indicator for a lot of other agricultural chemical runoff, which is tested by the Minnesota Department of Ag. But it seems like in this case, if we do go forward with regular monitoring of microplastics, would it be the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency that would be the ones monitoring microplastics? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. To the presenter.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Langseth. I think it's a combination for the other project. It's the MPCA and also University of Minnesota Duluth. And so we're hoping University of Minnesota Twin Cities and Metro State to work. In addition to those projects, I don't know who would take over monitoring or sampling for that. That might be a good question for us to bring our collective heads together and try to get an idea of who's running point on that, as we now potentially have a few different groups trying to work on this project. So thank you for your suggestion and question.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we will move on to my notes here. Line 31, which is proposal ID number 2026-210 Ash Recovery and Recycling Center from Ottertail County in the water category. As your presenters, please introduce yourself for the LCCMR and proceed with your presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and LCCMR members. I'm Wayne Johnson, Ottertail County Board of Commissioners Chair. As someone who has lived in Ottertail County my entire life, I have seen firsthand how deeply our communities value clean water. With 1,048 lakes, our water isn't just a resource. It's a part of who we are. It supports our families, it supports our farms, it supports our businesses, and it actually supports our future. That's why this project is so important. We're not just talking about waste. We're talking about protecting what matters most. Landfills and even ash from resource recovery can pose risks to our environment. If not properly managed, that ash can contaminate our soil, our air, and especially our water. Groundwater, lakes, rivers, and even private wells are vulnerable. We've seen what happens across the state when contamination goes unchecked. Minnesota has already spent hundreds of millions of dollars cleaning up old landfills. We can't afford to let that happen here. Through this project, Ottertail County and Prairie Lakes Municipal Solid Waste Authority are looking for a smarter, more sustainable solution. We want to prevent contamination at the source and reduce our dependence on landfilling altogether. If we can do that here, we can help set an example for other counties across Minnesota. Let's work together to protect the land and the water that defines us. Thanks again for the opportunity to present this project. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Chris McCon. He is the Ottertail County Solid Waste Director.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Johnson, thank you too. As presented, my name is Chris McCon from Ottertail County. On behalf of the 5 counties represented, Becker, Clay, Ottertail, Todd, and Wadena, I'm here to share that we have a strong regional program working hard at reducing our resilience on landfilling. To help you understand who we are, we've already met the state mandated recycle rate of 35% for Greater Minnesota, and we are actively involved in supporting state efforts to better manage solid waste, including supporting the recently passed Extended Producer Responsibility Bill. We need your help to better protect our local land, water, and air resources. Our current landfill has approximately 4 years of storage capacity remaining, and we want to avoid building any more landfills. The MPCA recommends resource recovery as an alternative that is safer than landfilling, including effective destruction of PFAS. This process produces about 10,000 tons of ash per year that is still being landfilled. The ash contains ferrous and non-ferrous metals and oversized objects like slag and glass. Our desire is to protect water resources by finding a more sustainable solution for managing ash and to reduce or eliminate dependency on landfilling. The current ash landfill is located less than 3 miles from Big Pine Lake, which is over 4,700 acres, and less than 4 miles from Rush Lake, which is over 5,300 acres, and the Otter Tail River. Our solution is to manage our waste locally in a circular economy. We are already taking steps to make this possible, including building on 20 years of research and demonstration projects spearheaded by Polk County. Also making significant program investments over the last 3 years, including securing MPCA approval for using recycled ash in road construction, purchasing a 10-acre property for ash processing, completing our first pilot project on County Road 75 in Otter Tail County just this last month, and receiving MPCA grant funding for a second pilot project in 2026 in Becker County. In order to create a full-scale operation of ash recycling with improved water and air quality protection, we request funding to build a fabric-covered building and ash handling conveyor system to store ash before it is recycled to be used in road construction. Doing the right thing environmentally often costs more upfront, but we believe in making those investments now to preserve our natural resources of water, air, and climate as a legacy to our generations. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair. We are now ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question just to start out with. To just help me get a better sense of the project, is this to better deal with the waste that is a byproduct of your waste to energy facility, or is this project going to increase incineration in your facility, or is it just better dealing with the byproduct of incineration?
This is not going to increase the processing capacity of the waste to energy facility. It is only going to, instead of landfilling the ash already produced. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Next, we'll go to Commissioner Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wondering how easy will it be to duplicate this for other counties or other incineration, trash incineration facilities? And is there kind of a long-term plan or a projected benefit, or would LCCMR have to fund every one of these as a startup, or what's? I'm guessing there's a benefit to being the kind of the first one in line here to get the research done and prove out the benefits. But is this so? I guess that's maybe my first question. And then is this something we can duplicate to other incineration facilities across the state?
To the county.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, yes, I think this is a unique project that can be replicated by other counties. We've spent quite a bit of time collaborating with Olmsted County and their facility, also with Polk Douglas and their facility. And we also communicate with the Hennepin County facility. The uniqueness of what I see here is, well, we are following in the 20 years of history that Polk County has done. We've advanced this further by our collaboration with what I'll call just the highway industry. We've met with the 5 county highway engineers. We've been communicating with Minnesota Department of Transportation. And I believe that what we're doing here is really creating a standard or a template that can be replicated. So far, there really hasn't been protocol developed, and that's what we've been developing that I think actually shows it's a simple process, but it needs to be formalized on paper to show that and demonstrated through the pilot projects we're doing.
Madam Chair, follow-up.
I'll go back, if we have time, per the rules of the LCCMR, we'll go back to follow-ups after every commissioner has had a chance to ask a question. Next on my list is Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a few more questions. Well, a question about the project. If I understand, so this is to incorporate ash into road building material. That's correct?
To the county.
Yes, that is correct.
And just but has that happened yet, or are you only to the point where you're still working out the partnerships with the transportation departments? Have you actually tried this yet?
To the presenter.
Madam Chair, thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we just completed our first pilot project on County Highway 75, which is on the Wadena County, Otter Tail County border.
Thank you. Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McCon, is there any value to that ash when you are using it? Do you sell it to a contractor, and if so, does it cover the operating costs of storing and moving that material?
To the county.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I'm not sure if I have a simple answer. I just call it like Coca-Cola. Like when Coca-Cola first came out, they didn't know how much they could sell a bottle for. You know, when we talk to the consultants that we're working with, you know, one of the active ingredients in the ash is the lime that was used in the air pollution control, because that lime isn't fully spent. And they perceive, and we have priced this with MnDOT. So there is a hypothetical price, but as I'll call this an emerging market, that you can't give it the price until the industry has gained trust in the product. Does that make sense?
Follow up just on that point, Madam Chair.
Sure. And then I'll go to Commissioner.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me do that, Madam Chair. So just along those lines, I guess it sounds like it's still in trial, that you don't know for sure if it's going to have any value at this point. Is that what you were saying?
Madam Chair, thank you, Commissioner. I think there's great value, and we've already demonstrated that. Maybe I would just call myself modest in our approach, that we don't want to tell you that we can fly a red carpet till we've flown it at full scale. We've demonstrated this. We've worked with Braun Intertech, who's a leading geotechnical business in Minnesota, to demonstrate that it does work. It's just that economy of how do you put a price onto something that, you know, like corn is going for $4.50 a bushel right now. And that's a known commodity. Gasoline has one. You know, ash and road construction just doesn't have an established commodity price.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep. Thank you. Back to Commissioner Westrom.
Thanks. Madam Chair, kind of similar lines. Ultimately, how much quantity does this displace from needing aggregate or other fill materials from gravel pits or elsewhere? And I guess that's what I'm interested to know, because long term that is probably where the value is. I do know they use ash in concrete out in the Coal Creek area in North Dakota, ash that they catch and recover out of the emissions smokestacks, and that seems to be positive. But how much does it displace, and do you foresee? I know they've done grinding of rubber and mixing that in tar. This sounds a little similar to that. So are you modeling it off of something like that as well, if you can mix those two answers together?
To the county.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, for our facility, we would be offsetting about 10,000 tons of virgin product a year. I could go into more detail on that, except to try to give the greatest value to you. First of all, in Minnesota, as this emerging market, I'll call it, takes place, if it does go statewide, it has a potential to do about 100,000 tons a year. And we've done some math on that, and there's the availability of need for that. We've also met with MnDOT Central. Terry Baudry is the individual. We have email chain basically having a verbal agreement that they desire to do a pilot project with this at MnDOT too. And, you know, as I understand MnDOT, their goal with doing this is not only just offsetting use of virgin materials, but it's being used as what's called a stabilizer in the projects that are quite common now that are called full depth reclamation. So there's additional chemicals like lime, the lime that I mentioned earlier, that instead of, again, going back to mining lime, we're taking something that's been partially spent and fully exhausting its use. in the project.
And Madam Chair, if I may, this is Commissioner Johnson again, if I may.
Go for it.
The question of value has come up, and I think the number that you can't put a value on is what we're not putting into the ground. This is mixed, for those of us that are kind of road nerds, this is mixed in with the subgrade, okay, and it stabilizes it and firms it. They do the same thing with concrete dust or Portland cement. This is a substitute for that. So we are literally not putting it into ground. We're not having to mine or ship in. We're not having to do whatever. So I think the value for today is we don't have to expand the landfill. But at the end of the day, the value really becomes that MPCA has determined that once we do this, there's no longer any pollution risk or very, very minimal risk. So instead of having it all concentrated, for instance, in one spot, we're going to spread this out over miles and miles of road underneath asphalt and concrete. And it basically gets diluted and used as a stabilizing agent. And that really is the true environmental value at this point in time. The economic value, I think, is to yet be determined. But that's one of the beauties of this whole project is protecting our groundwater, all those kinds of things, and not having to landfill more material.
Thank you for that. We'll go to Commissioner Albrecht.
Very briefly, thank you, Madam Chair. I see from your budget that you do meet the 25% requirement. In fact, you've got 33% for a capital project. You mentioned in your proposal that you are part of a 5-county landfill co-op, if you will, for waste management. Are any of the other 4 counties contributing to this project on your behalf?
Commissioner or Solid Waste Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner, yes, so it's a little bit of a, I'm going to call it a paper shuffle. Otter Tail County owns the landfill that we're operating on, and we own the property for the ash processing program that we're developing. It is fully shared by each of the 5 counties. We've gone to the Joint Powers Board, and they've unanimously voted in favor of this project.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and answering all of our questions. I know I have a few more I can answer, but we have to move on. So thank you. Next on my list is on line 32, project proposal ID 2026-248, PFAS and microplastics, potential impacts of environmental co-occurrence under the water category. And we have the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency here to discuss their project. Welcome to the committee. Please introduce yourself and then your project.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me all right?
We hear you great.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, again, and thank you, committee members. My name is David Duffy. I'm a hydrologist at the MPCA, and I'm excited to talk to you today about our proposal regarding 2 high-profile contaminants we've already heard about today. Perfluorinated alkyl substances, which I'll refer to as PFAS in general, and then microplastics, what we know about them, and how this project uses that information to address what we don't know. Now, in Minnesota, we have a wealth of data about the presence and extent of PFAS in the environment, and we are also, along with the rest of the world, learning about the extent and impacts of microplastics in our lives. Little research has been done, though, to address how these 2 contaminants specifically interact in the environment. We know microplastics can attract and lock on to PFAS, or even be made with them to begin with. This begs the question, then, is there an increased risk when they're found together? Now, to help answer this question, we propose collecting samples of water, sediment, and fish across the state for analysis of PFAS and microplastics. By analyzing for both in one sample, we can more easily determine what impacts might be present when these 2 are found together. Now, behind me, you'll see one of the devices we use to collect microplastics. This is a net which collects material and is towed behind a boat. This happens to be Bearhead Lake up north. We then separate the organic material that it collects from the potential plastics and run it through a powerful microscope to determine the size, shape, and composition of any plastic particles. Strategically, this research addresses the MPCA goals of reducing direct exposures to known pollutants, including their cumulative impacts, as well as the goal to reduce levels of high priority pollutants. Furthermore, it addresses goal 3 of the MPCA PFAS monitoring plan to gather data that galvanizes support for PFAS source reduction and pollution prevention. Now, fundamentally, this research is vital because it addresses a gap in scientific knowledge that we here in Minnesota are uniquely qualified to tackle. Our baseline knowledge of PFAS extent gives us a head start on where to look in the state, and our scientists are already equipped with knowledge of how to research and report that data. Not only do we have in-state experts for PFAS analysis, we also have the laboratory capability and nationally recognized researchers for microplastics that gives us a leg up that few others can boast. Now, with these opportunities and this plan, I'm excited to see where this research leads and the valuable information it will provide. Thanks again, Madam Chair and committee members, for your time. I'm happy to field any questions you might have.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, questions for the MPCA? I guess I have one. I'm very interested in some of the different sampling methods you're going to be using. I actually just toured a lab at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee that was studying the co-occurrence of PFAS and microplastics in fish, and was finding a lot of interesting connections between where fish tend to be in the water column. And so I'm wondering, and they had found different, they were using different methods of analyzing that. So I'm wondering about what kind of collection methods you're using in addition to your net behind you,
All right.
collaboration.
So, yes, so if you're wondering how we get the fish, that's electrofishing. And then after that, it is, do we look at the guts of the fish or the fillet? So is it ingested, and then we see if it's put into the actual muscle tissue. So we hope to not find it in muscle tissue because that means that it's moving through the body, but chances are it'll be in the guts of the fish, and that gets into a messy process of how you actually extract that.
And then I guess if no one else has a question, I'm wondering about how, the MPCA has issued different levels of fish warning for different parts of the state. Are you going to be analyzing fish across the state? I know you're partnering with UMD, but I live on the Mississippi River in an area where we already have a warning on fish and PFAS. Are you going to be sampling what areas of the state and what kinds of bodies of water will you be sampling fish from?
Variety of bodies of water, rivers, streams, and lakes, but it's places where we have previously known to have found PFAS in the water or sediment or the fish, because we'd rather not waste our time, but take a more focused approach. If we're looking for one out of the two, or we want to find both. So when we know we already have one, it's a better shot at getting the other one. So we hope to get a good coverage of the state, given those beginning sort of guidelines.
Thank you. Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. I mean, we know that PFAS is bad for the fish. We know microplastics are bad for the fish. So co-occurrence might be interesting from a research point of view, but is there some practical outcome or application you could see by finding out the interaction between it? Because if they're both bad, they're both bad.
Yep. That's the answer that we're going to get out of this, because that's what the information that the toxicologists don't have right now is that are microplastics going to be sorbing PFAS chemicals, like let's take PFOS for example. That one has a particular end of the chemical chain that likes to grab onto things that it would act like a plastic. So is that going to sorb onto a plastic and be ingested by a fish, and then thus ingested either up the food chain or all the way up to people? We don't know. And is that going to increase with the concentration or as you move up that chain? that's the answer that we want to have, and the information that the toxicologists need, and the connection that we hope to make.
Thank you.
Because the toxicology on microplastics is still in its sort of infancy right now.
Any other questions from members? Thank you for your presentation. We are going to move on to our next presentation, which is on line 33, ID number 2026-312, optimal sampling design for tracking impairments in stream in the water category from UMD. And it looks like our presenter is here. Welcome to the LCCMR. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Jordan and Commissioners. My name is Kun Jiang, an Assistant Professor of Civil Engineering at University of Minnesota Duluth, studying hydrology. Thank you for the opportunity to share our research vision here on behalf of my team, including our co-PI Christopher Filstrip at the NRI, and our partners, including MPCA, the Metropolitan Council, and the St. Louis County Soil and Water District. So Minnesota's lakes and streams are central to our identity, health, and economy. But many of them, especially in urban and agricultural areas, are increasingly impacted by contaminants such as salts, sediments, and excess nutrients. To protect and restore these waters, we need to regularly monitor their condition. Unfortunately, many state and local agencies face limited budget and staffing, making it difficult to sustain long-term water quality monitoring programs. In fact, several efforts have been paused or scaled back due to funding constraints. One example here is our Duluth Stream program. So how to make use of the limited budget and resources to monitor water quality becomes a real challenge. So our project seeks to address this challenge by helping agencies and communities get more value out of the resources they already have. So water quality doesn't fluctuate randomly. It follows patterns that can often be predicted by studying the past. So by analyzing past monitoring data, we can identify the most effective places and times to take samples, ensuring that we still capture the critical information while reducing the costs. Minnesota agencies like the MPCA and the Metropolitan Council have already collected extensive stream water quality data over the years, but much of it hasn't yet been used to improve how and when we monitor. So in this project, we will firstly use an advanced data analysis method called data-driven sparse sensing to uncover patterns in these existing data sets. So this will help us to identify and recommend priority streams for sampling across Minnesota, and also to determine the most effective times to sample in 3 selected streams, one urban, one agricultural, and one forested. Currently, MPCA normally takes around 30 to 40 samples at each site annually, or even more at some locations. But based on our previous research, it's highly possible that we can reduce this number down to around 10 to 15, which is around 60% reduction in sampling frequency, not counting the possible reduction in sampling sites. So it's huge. And to validate our findings, we'll work with the Central Analytical Lab at NRI and partner with volunteer citizen scientists to carry out a 2-year sampling effort in 2027 and 2028 on 3 targeted streams. We'll collect samples for key pollutants such as chloride, sediments, nitrogen, phosphorus, following the optimized sampling schedule we developed. To see how accurate this approach is, we will compare our contaminant load estimated with those measured using standard monthly sampling methods. Beyond data collection, this project is about partnership and community engagement. So we'll organize workshops to share our results with our partners at MPCA, the Metropolitan Council, the St. Louis County Soil and Water District, and also other water professionals across the state. Together, we'll explore how to incorporate these findings into state and local monitoring efforts, and how to identify sustainable funding models to support continued water quality monitoring. Ultimately, our goal is to create practical tools and guidance that can help agencies and communities prioritize where and when to monitor, reducing their efforts and costs without compromising data quality. For example, our recommendation on prioritized streams could help inform the MPCA's 10-year monitoring cycle, and municipalities and watershed groups can also use our tool to tailor their own monitoring plan based on their local data. Importantly, by working closely with volunteer citizens, we will help cultivate a network of engaged community members who care deeply about protecting Minnesota's water resources. They can share knowledge that can potentially lead to behavior changes within their network and neighborhoods. So thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much.
We are going to move to line 35, project proposal ID number 2026-382, determining fracture characteristics for karst groundwater flow modeling. And it's in the water category from the U of M's College of Science and Engineering. It looks like our presenter is here. Welcome to the LCCMR. Please introduce yourself and then proceed with your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Jordan and Commission members for the opportunity to present our proposal today. I'm Dr. Kaiji He, Assistant Professor at the University of Minnesota. I'm specializing in artificial intelligence and computational modeling to study subsurface flow. I'm joined for this project by my two collaborators, Dr. Otto Strack, a leading expert with over 50 years expertise of groundwater modeling, and Dr. Peter Kang, a hydrogeology expert specializing in both simulation and experimental study of groundwater and contamination transport. In this project, our team is focused on one critical mission, protecting Minnesota groundwater in fracture aquifers. Groundwater is vital to Minnesota. It supplies drinking water for over 3 million residents, as you can see here, over 70% of the state population, and support our agriculture through irrigation. Fracture aquifer, including karst limestone system, are especially common in southeastern Minnesota. They play a key role in storing Minnesota's groundwater resource. However, this fracture aquifer typically contains network of fracture and large cavity, just like underground highways, as you can see in this upper figure. So this is a very feature made them highly vulnerable to contamination. Pollutants such as nitrates and PFAS can travel quickly and unpredictably through fracture along with the water flow. The challenging is our current tool cannot accurately identify these underground fractures, including their geometry, location, and connection. And without this information, it's extremely difficult to predict the contaminant spreads. As a result, it limits the ability of community and state agency to manage the aquifer, monitor, and prevent contamination. So this highlights the urgent need for better tools to protect Minnesota's groundwater environments and the health of our citizens. Our project aims to develop a practical but cutting-edge software tool to tackle this challenge. We are combining artificial intelligence, specific machine learning with a highly efficient groundwater modeling method pioneered by Dr. Strack. This approach allows us to map the underground fracture network and predict how water and contaminant move through these complex fractures. And even with limited field data is available. So we will test and validate this software at least at 2 sites, one at the U of M campus and another in southeastern Minnesota, where Dr. Kang's team will provide valuable field data and expertise. Our preliminary results show this AI-powered tool have strong potential to scale up to this regional aquifer system. It will offer a fast, accurate approach to understand fracture groundwater flow and support informed decision-making across the state. The success of this project will bring profound benefits in Minnesota in several ways. First, the open source software we are developing will be available to the public. It will empower engineers, state agencies, and communities to better predict contamination risk, plan sustainable water extraction, and design effective monitoring and mitigation strategies. Our work has also drawn interest from a leading Minneapolis-based geomechanical consulting firm, highlighting the broader relevance and practical application of this tool. Finally, the outcome of this project will be integrated into U of M curriculum to help train the next generation of hydrology and environmental scientists, enabling them with the cutting-edge AI skills and reinforcing our state's leadership in water resource protection. In closing, by combining our team's unique expertise, we aim to provide a practical AI-enabled solution to advance our understanding of fractured aquifer and deliver a powerful software. Our team very look forward to this opportunity to help protect Minnesota's groundwater and support the local community and strengthen environmental education. Thank you for your time and consideration. We are happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And just I put this in the chat, but I accidentally reversed the presentation. So we're doing the Karst one, obviously, then we'll go to the Shingle Creek project, but to Commissioner Langseth, question on Karst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the presentation. I know this is really important work since we don't know how these water systems move in our Karst area. My question for you is around partnerships. So I know that there's been quite a bit of work in mapping the underground system so far. So I'm wondering who you're going to be working with from the Department of Natural Resources, MPCA. We've got Kevin Keener, who's done a lot of work on this. I'm hoping that you all are in collaboration with some real key experts down here. Just curious if you can talk more on your partnerships. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Commissioner Lanza. Thanks for the question. So in this project, we are so happy to also involve Dr. Peter Kahn, who are experts in this fracture aquifer and contaminant transports. And I hope also through him can extend our collaboration with the water resource and environmental agencies, the people as you mentioned. Thank you for that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much to the presenter. And we will go back to line 34, project proposal 2026-331, Brookdale Park Shingle Creek Restoration and Access Improvements in the category of water with the City of Brooklyn Park. Please accept my apologies for skipping over you. There's a lot of small letters I'm looking at today, and proceed with your presentation.
Well, thank you. My name is Ed Mathis, and I am the lead designer on this project. And I want to thank you for your consideration of this project, which will be truly transformative for Shingle Creek and the City of Brooklyn Park. On paper, the project is remeandering over 1.5 miles of Shingle Creek that was ditched and straightened back in the 1950s. However, our ultimate goal is restoring the corridor as much as we can to the Shingle Creek that existed prior to development. Imagine you are a settler coming to northwest Hennepin County in the late 1800s. Shingle Creek is a narrow stream, less than 10 feet wide, twisting and turning through a wide belt of oak, savanna, prairie, and wetland. Over time, the settlers and the government remade the creek to do one thing: move water. It was widened, straightened, flattened, and reshaped into a rectangle, and it took runoff from farm fields and streets and highways. Over time, it became an open sewer with poor water quality and few fish and other aquatic life. The Shingle Creek Watershed Commission and the cities through which the creek flows have been working on restoring the creek to bring back its ecological functions. In Brookdale Park, the City of Brooklyn Park has partnered with the Watershed Commission, Rivers Park District, and residents of the community to develop a project that not only improves water quality, stream stability, and habitat, but is also a community and regional amenity that is accessible to all. A corridor of natural vegetation and wildlife habitat that is a respite from the developed everyday life where people can drop a fishing line, walk or bike trails, listen to birds, and reconnect with nature. I want to touch on some project highlights and why we believe this is an important project for the city, watershed, and the state. First, over time, we've engineered the stream from a 10-foot wide meandering channel into a 30-foot wide conveyance for runoff that does well conveying stormwater runoff from large rain events. The rest of the time, it is a shallow, inches deep and stagnant, and with not enough dissolved oxygen and habitat to support aquatic life. We will re-engineer the channel to carry the high flows, but also include a low flow channel that would mimic conditions when the channel was just 10 feet wide. We'll add channel roughness to increase oxygen and add habitat to support fish and other aquatic life. We'll add back sinuosity where we can, stabilize the banks, and replant those banks in corridor with a variety of native species, including pollinators. We'll add shore fishing spots and benches where park users can simply sit and enjoy the view. Second, this project is part of a Brooklyn Park where residents, about 2/3 of whom are Black, Asian, and Indigenous origin, do not have a lot of access to nature and recreational amenities. The Shingle Creek corridor in Brooklyn Park, through which it flows, is an oasis of green space. The project benefits will extend beyond the creek banks by reconnecting the surrounding community with a restored natural environment, including better access to the 250+ acre Palmer Lake nature area downstream and Three Rivers Regional Trail, which connects to the Rush Creek Trail to the north and the Minneapolis Grand Rounds to the south. Lastly, and in summary, this project would restore elements of natural Shingle Creek, improve water quality, enhance fish and wildlife habitat, increase user education and recreational opportunities such as fishing, and improve access to regional facilities. In funding this project, you will be improving the ecological environment of a creek that has been impacted for over 100 years while expanding recreational opportunities for a large underserved population. Over the past 10+ years, our partners have been restoring and enhancing Shingle Creek segment by segment. This proposed project would fill in a missing link and create a continuous corridor almost 4.5 miles long from North Hennepin Community College to Palmer Lake. Our long-term goal is to restore and enhance the entire 11-mile corridor all the way to the Mississippi River. And we've been working with Brooklyn Center and Minneapolis Downstream on potential future projects to do just that. We may see you again in the future to help us with those projects. We'd like to restore the ecological beauty of the creek and make it a destination for the residents of Brooklyn Park and the surrounding area. Please help us do that. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, do you have questions? Okay. Thank you so much for your time. We're going to go on to our next project, which is on line 36. It is project proposal number 2026-424, restoring wild rice water, sulfate and mercury treatment from the White Iron Chain of Lakes Association in the water category. Welcome to the committee. Please tell us a little bit about who you are and your project you're working on.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dave Holt. I am a retired technology executive with over 40 years experience managing semiconductor, supercomputer, and software companies, teams, and projects. I am joined in this project by Christoph Ender, a retired chemical engineer with over 40 years experience. Both of us are volunteers. We serve on the board of WICOLA, the White Iron Chain of Lakes Association. Together, on behalf of WICOLA, we will provide project management and oversight for the project that we are discussing today. We are volunteering our time because we care about northern Minnesota, the people, jobs, economy, and the natural environment. Our project focuses on a serious environmental threat to the WICOLA watershed. High levels of sulfate and mercury that are endangering wild rice and leading to increased mercury in fish. Waikolo's mission is to champion high water quality and a healthy lake ecosystem in the White Iron Chain of Lakes watershed through scientific and educational activities. This includes birch, white iron, farm, garden, and fall lakes. Our watershed flows directly into the BWCA, accounting for approximately 1/3 of BWCA waters. The challenge we're facing is that existing iron mine pond discharge has elevated sulfate levels in Birch Lake such that it was added to the MPCA's impaired waters list last year. And of course, the water from Birch flows into the rest of the watershed and the BWCA with significantly elevated sulfate levels. Sulfates have been causally linked with decimation of wild rice in lakes and increased methylmercury that enters the food chain, resulting in high mercury levels in game fish on our lakes as measured by the DNR. Garden Lake, the lake I live on, used to have significant stands of wild rice, but it can hardly be found these days. The sulfate levels in mine pond discharge has exceeded MPCA regulatory levels for a very long time, but there hasn't been an economically viable way to treat the water. We want to change that. The purpose of this grant request is to test and validate a bioremediation technology that can dramatically reduce the levels of sulfate from mine pond discharge. Bioremediation is a technology that needs to be validated and tuned to specific conditions of a watershed. And as such, while the technology has been proven in laboratory settings, it's essential to test at test scale over all 4 seasons in the actual environment where it's needed. This will allow tuning the technology and validated that projected cost metrics can be met. The target cost is $1 per kilogram of sulfate removed. That is 2 orders of magnitude less expensive than reverse osmosis, a treatment never implemented due to cost. Of course, Waikola doesn't have this technology. We're a nonprofit lake association. So we've teamed up with 2 for-profit companies to provide the technical expertise to ensure success. Clearwater Biologic, a company with the bioremediation technology, and Bay West, an environmental engineering company headquartered in St. Paul. To keep finances as clean as possible, Waikola is requesting that the LCCMR help us identify an appropriate fiscal agent to manage the finances of the project. In conclusion, our goal is to test a novel technology for removing sulfate from mine pond discharge, specifically testing and tuning for our watershed, validating significant cost advantages for at-scale implementation. This is a first step, a step towards clean water at a cost acceptable to industry and that benefits both mining and outdoor recreation in our region, a region the entire state of Minnesota enjoys for its natural wonder. Thank you. I'd be pleased to entertain your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, any questions for any questions for our presenter? Sometimes you say one word too many times in a day and it just stops working. Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Holt, thank you. So do these other companies have a proposed technology that they think we're going to work, and this is to further test it out in these lakes, or is it to develop the technology?
So technology has been proven in laboratory and the proposal is to tune it to the specific environment of these lakes. It uses bacteria that it's basically a 3-step process. This technology, it converts sulfate, the bacteria converts sulfate to hydrogen sulfide. By the way, it's a naturally occurring bacteria in our waters. It's just not at the concentrations needed to be effective. The hydrogen sulfide is then converted to iron sulfide, and lastly, the iron sulfide is removed, and that iron sulfide has additional uses subsequently.
Further questions for Waikola? Okay. Seeing
All right, well,
none.
thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We are going to go to Line number 37, proposal ID number 2026-425, drainage tools for minimizing downstream impacts in the water category from CFANS. And is our presenter here?
I am.
Yes. Hi, welcome to the committee. If you could introduce yourself and then proceed with your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm John Niebuhr, and I'm with the University of Minnesota. I'm working with Nigel Pickering at Geosyntec Consultants. First, a little bit about our team. I am a longtime professor at the University of Minnesota with extensive surface and groundwater modeling experience. Nigel is a senior water resources engineer with over 35 years of experience on watersheds to fix water quantity and water quality problems. We also have a postdoc with extensive economics experience, and we have multiple talented Geosyntec staff and expertise in GIS and watershed modeling. I also point out that Nigel and I are both agricultural engineers and hydrologists with not only an interest in restoring the river, but also preserving vibrant agricultural systems. So what is the problem? And I didn't mention the title of our project is Drainage Tools for Minimizing Downstream Impacts, and it has to do with the Minnesota River. So the Minnesota River Basin with its tributaries is one of the most contaminated river systems in Minnesota. The river experiences high stream flow and water quality impacts from excessive sediment, nitrogen, and phosphorus. Efforts to restore the river have been going on for over 30 years with what appears to be little measurable improvement. Increased rainfall over the past decades has created more water flow in the river. Drainage systems move additional water quickly via pipes and ditches to nearby streams. The increases in flow has resulted in increased amounts of sediment and nutrients transported downstream. These increased quantities lead to water quality issues for downstream water bodies such as Lake Pepin and the Gulf. The increased sediment also causes filling of the Mississippi River navigable channel, leading to expensive maintenance operations. So what do we propose to do? We will create a cumulative basin modeling framework that quantifies the effect of upstream actions on downstream impacts and economic costs. Parts of the basin and many tributaries have been modeled extensively by the state agencies and by others, but there has never been a comprehensive flow model of the entire river system. Many of the nutrient impacts are highly correlated with flow, so we will focus on flow for this model that we intend to build. We'll build off previous modeling work in the basin conducted by the U of M, the MPCA, and the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources. Also want to point out to recent modeling work done by Geosyntec for the state of Vermont on modeling flow and the design of flow restoration plans. The basin modeling framework will address spatial effects, that is, some areas might have more impact than others, cumulative effects, all activities upstream impact downstream flows, peak flow effects, trimming peak flows to reduce flooding and bluff erosion, base flow effects, longer duration base flows might augment stream bank erosion, and then economic effects. The costs downstream can help guide upstream choices. We will form a technical advisory committee with experts from USGS, DNR, MPCA, soil and water conservation districts, counties, and cities. With their input, we will tailor our project approach to develop a basin modeling framework that is designed to guide restoration of the Minnesota River. This project is particularly timely because it will complement other planned activities in the basin. So for instance, the U.S. Corps of Engineers is planning a significant hydraulic study, and our project could provide early insight and be a source of matching state funds. Bowser has recently developed a GIS-based model to locate the best sites for water storage. Our approach could evaluate the cumulative downstream impacts of projects at selected sites. Bowser is also implementing a $19 million state fund to implement shovel-in-the-ground projects. Our framework could help evaluate cumulative impacts and cost benefits that include avoided downstream costs. Our holistic modeling framework will provide extremely useful guidance to Minnesota stakeholders working on flow and water quantity restoration effects in the basin and water quality restoration benefits. Recently, Joseph Barazzoni of the Lower Minnesota River Watershed District made an eloquent plea for the Minnesota River Basin, saying, "The river will not wait. We need a cumulative watershed approach now." A similar call for cumulative effects approach has been made by the Drainage Work Group. We agree with these calls, and we hope you select our project for funding. Thank you, and any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions for the presenter? Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not clear. Maybe you can just clarify for me. What will any of your outcomes help us write better laws regarding drainage? And also, how do we help farmers who tile their fields and create those drainage systems? How do we get them on board with this research? Should it show that changes are necessary? Thanks.
Question, Dr. Niebuhr.
Yeah, that's where, as far as involving the actual producers on the ground, we do have an extension service that works with farmers in the field and assists them with making any changes. And I think that our intention with this is not to have negative economic impacts on the farmers. So if there's a change that's needed, it would be a change that's proposed that would not have negative impacts. But it might be that, some type of changes that we might propose at the field scale could be made in a way that the farmers would accept it. It's just something that I think that it's, with the history that we have, it would be very difficult to go in and expect the farmers to change their practices entirely. But there are a lot of technologies that have been developed at the field scale that could help with reducing the amount of outflow or the rate at which the outflow occurs, while also not impacting negatively the farm production. And your other question was about laws. And we don't intend to get involved in that. I know that there's a long history to the drainage laws, and I think that mainly what we're looking at is trying to figure out or try to provide guidance as to what changes could be made in the watershed. For instance, changes that would have to do with where water or allowing for water storage in the landscape. And, that's available now as far as the concept is concerned, but being able to identify places where you could store water and having a drainage district scale management that would be able to make it so that maybe large areas could be used for that storage. And this would actually require some coordination because you might end up having to take out some land, I won't say productive land, some land that's maybe less productive, and use that for the storage. And this does require some larger scale coordination within a county or within a watershed.
Thank you. Commissioner Langstaff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to do a sound check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Professor Niebuhr, for your presentation. Working in the ag field, it seems like a lot of we engineer ourselves into a lot of these problems. And considering we can't consider tile lines point source pollution, could you talk more about the technologies that you'd be proposing to producers? I'm a little bit worried that we're going to be putting a lot of money into engineering solutions that aren't actually going to address the problem. I know the state of Iowa has put a lot of money into doing kind of alongside tile line buffers and different engineering solutions. I'm also just curious if you're considering any soil health practices as well. Thank you.
The university.
Yeah, okay. So again, I mean, as I said before, there are a lot of these technologies that have been developed for drainage, and you're correct that Iowa's put a lot of time and money into that, saturated buffers and things like that. And I think that those are technologies that can be used at the field scale, and I don't think that we're proposing to change any of that. Most of what our effort will be to see what the cumulative effects are, or try to quantify the cumulative effects downstream, so that if a change is made, let's say within a Huck 8 watershed, a contributing watershed within the basin, we want to be able to quantify how that change affects, first, what the flow is at a given location downstream. Because what happens is that when you put in drainage systems, they change the travel time for water that moves from a given location in the watershed to that point of interest. It might be a bridge, it might be a dam or a small reservoir or something like that. And when that happens, you can basically overflow that structure at that point downstream. And what this drainage tool would be that we're proposing to do, which would be at a basin scale, so that you'd be able to determine if I make a change at a number of places, you'd store some water in some places, you would allow drainage in another place, maybe where it's more economically beneficial. And how does that change the travel time for that water moving from those different areas to that point of interest, so that you don't have roads that are being overflowed, you don't have these bluffs and stream banks that are eroding away because of the high flows that occur. So that's mainly what this project is about. We're not proposing to, at this point, making changes at the field scale. It's really about building this model that will be able to evaluate the cumulative effects downstream of changes that are proposed at the field scale. And those changes proposed at the field scale would be made by, could be made by Bowser, could be made by other university groups or whatever. I mean, we coordinate with them. We say we're going to have this technical advisory panel, so that will include people from all different levels of government, as well as universities and so forth. And hopefully what that would do would be have all the voices in there providing information about what can be done at different parts of the basin.
Thank you. We're going to go to Representative Albrecht for a follow-up, unless somebody has an additional question. Not seeing one, take it away, Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you. Just a very quick follow-up question, and you touched a bit on this at the very end of that last answer, and that is, how will you engage the watershed districts in those areas? Because they really are the quasi-governmental unit there that is overseeing drainage and storage and all of that.
Well, sorry. Yeah, so it would be through this technical advisory committee. So there will be voices from broad range of groups, whoever. I mean, we'll seek out a good representation of persons from state agencies, as well as from soil water conservation districts, drainage districts, and so forth. As I mentioned, USGS, DNR, MPCA, and so forth. So the engagement would come through us providing our information about what our understanding of what goes on and what the model would do, and get their feedback, their recommendations, and we take those recommendations, we go through, come up with some different scenarios to tell them what could happen and in different situations, and I think of it as being more of a level playing field, that I'm not going to tell them what's going to, what to do. I'm going to say, these are the impacts of making these changes. We have to decide based on economic basis, both the crop production basis as well as downstream damage effects, potential downstream damage effects, as to what the best practices are going to be and the best management operations might be.
Thank you, Doctor. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank
We'll
you.
move on to our final presentation for the day. It is on line 38, project ID number 2026-447, cheap portable sensor to detect PFAS in water in the water category, from CSE at the University of Minnesota. And I see our presenter is here. Welcome, Professor. Please identify yourself for the LCCMR and proceed with your presentation.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, can you hear me well?
We hear you great.
Thank you for the opportunity to propose our research today. My name is Tianhong Cui. I'm professor at University of Minnesota for the last 23 years. My lab focuses on small, low-cost sensors to detect pollutants in water. Today, I want to talk about detection of PFAS, harmful chemicals that are major concern in Minnesota. Data from MPCA shows that PFAS are found in many places across Minnesota state. These man-made chemicals are used in products like non-stick pans, waterproof clothing, food packaging, firefighting foam, and electronics everywhere. The problem is that PFAS do not break down naturally. They stay in the environment for decades and can build up in lakes, rivers, groundwater. Eventually, they end up in our drinking water. Even tiny amount of PFAS can be harmful. Studies have linked PFAS exposure to liver damage, thyroid disease, immune system problems, growth delay in children, and cancers. This is why early and accurate detection of PFAS in water is so important. Currently, testing for PFAS is expensive and slow. Water sample has to be sent to special labs using large, costly machines for lab testing. It can take days and weeks to get result, and high cost means testing is limited. Many communities may not even know their water is contaminated by PFAS. Our project aims to solve this problem. We will develop a portable low-cost sensor that can detect PFAS directly in water. It will give fast result on-site without need for lab testing. This will reduce costs and make frequent testing more practical and affordable. Our sensor uses two advanced materials that we developed: laser-induced graphene, a carbon material made by using a laser to treat a plastic. It conducts electricity well and has a large surface area, making it ideal for detecting small amount of chemicals like PFAS. Second material is molecular imprinted polymer. These are customer materials designed to capture specific molecules, in this case PFAS, with high accuracy, like a lock with a key. When combined, the materials create a powerful sensor platform that can detect low-level PFAS even in complicated water sample. Our work have two main activities: lab testing. We will design testing the sensor in lab using water samples with known PFAS level. This helps us make sure the sensor is cheap, accurate, sensitive, and easy to use in lab setting. Second, field testing. We'll then test the sensor in Minnesota lakes and river. Real-world conditions like temperature changes, other contaminants will help us improve the sensor performance and the new design. The goal is to create easy-to-use, affordable tool that can quickly detect PFAS in water. It can be used by governmental agencies, local communities, companies, and even individuals at home. More frequent testing means easy detection of contamination and better protection for people and the environment. We'll work closely with Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to make sure our sensor meets needs of Minnesota State. We will also partner with local companies like Polar Semiconductor, 3M, that are working on PFAS monitoring and cleanup. Their input will help us make the sensor more useful in real-world applications. In addition, My lab will continue to develop technology with additional support from SF Water Innovation Regional Engine. We'll also take advantage of the first-rate manufacturing facility in Minnesota Nano Center at the University of Minnesota. This will help us bring sensor out of the lab and scale up to commercialize it for practical use. In summary, we'll develop a low-cost, accurate, portable sensor to detect PFAS in water. It will make sensor testing faster, cheaper, more accurate, helping keep our water clean, protect health of Minnesotans. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions relevant.
Thank you for your presentation, Professor. Members, any questions? Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Professor, thank you for the presentation. Just curious, have you submitted an LCCMR project in the past? And have you received funding in the past?
Yes, we did succeed get some funding. For example, last year we got some funding to sponsor arsenic sensor for cancer. That's actually one project going to start it next month.
Okay. And, Madam Chair, may I continue?
You
Just
may.
curious on what the results of, besides that project, if there were other results that you could share about past projects?
Yes, for example, in the past, we also have some sensors developed for nitrogen phosphorus detection from agriculture. We develop miniaturized sensors that which allows to detect a nitrate and the phosphate that actually from a fertilizer out of agriculture. I will show you some sensor examples. If you take a look here, this is a tiny sensor. We can use it. This is a prototype actually we developed for PFAS typically. It's a very tiny sensor on top of a plastic. We use laser to write the sensor, basically carbonize it to make it into a monolayer of graphene, and use that one. We can very sensitively to detect PFAS. This is a prototype. We're going to hook up this sensor with a smaller device like this. And this smaller portable device can read the PFAS level, and we can also transmit the data to a remote, like office people sitting in front of computer to read the data.
Yep. Madam Chair, have you brought any of these to commercialization yet, or application?
Well, not commercialized yet. We are on the way to commercialize it because last year we got a National Science Foundation funding. That's an ASF convergent accelerator program. We work with a few professors at University of Minnesota, trying to form a team. And then maybe start up a company to commercialize this sensor and sensor platform.
Okay,
that's something on the way. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank
We're
you.
going to go to Commissioner Beeman next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sort of in layman's terms, if you could, what's the biggest barrier or challenge to getting a sensor that is this inexpensive and portable and easy to use? What's the hurdle you're trying to get over?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner. The answer to me is actually in the past, no sensor like this been developed for PFAS, detection. In my lab, we have expertise, on microsensors, especially using micro nanofabrication technology that actually exists at University of Minnesota. So first, to get the detection level down to 4 parts per trillion, which is required, regulated by EPA, which is very difficult because that's a very low concentration of PFAS in water, in drinking water. So the way that we propose to do is using a graphene, which is a single monolayer of carbon. This material have very large surface area on the smaller devices. It can attract the PFAS on the surface, and we can make it detectable without doing pre-concentration. Basically, what we're trying to do using the sensor, once there is a few molecules attached on the sensor, as I show you here, the black part, then it will cause the resistance change. We can detect the resistance change, which is actually, we can check the current change of the sensor, they can make the sensor detectable. The second part is another materials that we are developing is actually molecular imprinted polymer, which is a polymer only attract the PFAS on top of the molecule, on top of the polymer matrix without attract other materials. That will make the sensor very selective towards to PFAS detection. So this is a technical barrier that my lab has been working on. We are going to further develop the sensor, and in the future, people can use it in environmental conditions.
Thank you. Further questions from members? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation and your generosity with answering our questions. Thank you to all of the presenters today, and thank you to all the members for insightful questions. Next, we are going, sorry, I have a little bit of feedback. We are going to move to agenda item 8, which is request to convey interest in real property acquired with ENRTF funds and project update from the town of Crane Lake. And I'm going to actually pass it over to staff to better explain and set up what we're doing here.
Yeah. Chair Jordan, this is Michael Varian with LCCMR and members. Up next is the town of Crane Lake. And to get started, there are several materials attached to this agenda item. I would like to direct members to the 15-day notice to the Environment Committee chairs that summarizes the request before you today, the staff memo from 2022, and the draft easement found on page 24 of the town's request letter. For new members and as a reminder, in 2016, the commission recommended funding for the town of Crane Lake to purchase approximately 28 acres to build a national park visitor center and campground. Then in 2019, the commission recommended funding for the campground, and in 2020, the commission recommended funding to construct the visitor center. Following acquisition of the land and before construction of the visitor center began, SEH notified LCCMR staff of a title issue affecting the acquired land. While discussing the title issue, staff learned about environmental issues affecting the acquired land. These title and environmental issues were not properly disclosed and addressed by the project team before the property was purchased, as is required by LCCMR procedures. Resolving the issues after the fact has necessitated LCCMR member approval of various requests. In August of 2022, the commission approved a request from the town of Crane Lake to convey interests in the land acquired with ENRTF funds so the town could terminate a common interest community to resolve the title issues. At that time, the town updated the commission regarding environmental issues on the site and enrollment in the MPCA Brownfield program. The commission asked the town to provide further updates on this environmental issue and the project at subsequent meeting. In April 2023, the town provided an update to the commission. Staff learned a covenant and easement in MPCA's favor would be required following construction, and therefore that additional conveyance approvals would be needed by the commission. Today, the commission has before you the expected request to convey an environmental covenant and easement. Again, a draft of that easement is on page 24 of the town's request letter. The town is also here to provide an update on the project. With that, I turn this over to you, Chair Jordan, and members to have Mr. Jansen and his fellow presenters provide an update on the project and respond to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Varian. I think it would be best if we heard from the town of Crane Lake. So to the presenters from Crane Lake, please introduce yourself and then proceed with the information you'd like the committee to know.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Jim Jansen here from Crane Lake. Thank you, Madam Chair and members for the opportunity today. More importantly, thank you for making the vision of the Voyageurs National Park Visitor Center in Crane Lake a possibility. And I'm happy to report now
a functioning facility. As a brief update, we've come a long way since 2016. The campground, we're about to issue the final payment to the contractor for that. And there are only 3 or 4 items left to complete the visitor center. We had a grand opening on May 24th and a very nice ribbon cutting ceremony with many dignitaries, including staff of LCCMR, on June 6th. The first open weekend, we saw more than 300 visitors through the building. The town is very appreciative for the support of the LCCMR and excited to be close to closing out the project. At this point, I would open it up to questions from the members or ask Jennifer Force of SEH to discuss the MPCA easement requirements.
Let's go to the easement requirements, to the MPCA.
Sure. My name is Jen Force and I work with SEH, and I've been working on the project since 2021. Because of the petroleum release at the site that was caused by a former resort, there are petroleum vapors that necessitated installation of a vapor mitigation system below the visitor center to prevent petroleum vapors from impacting indoor air at the facility. When there is a vapor mitigation system installed, the MPCA expects that an environmental covenant be filed with the deed for the property. And the purpose of that is to protect the vapor mitigation system, to prevent it from being damaged, to make people aware that it's present and that it should continue to operate into the future as long as it's needed. So the easement in this case also will provide MPCA access to continue their groundwater investigation and cleanup that they are conducting to address the contaminant plume from that former resort as well. So,
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think next in order is questions from members, and I see I'll call on Commissioner Reese first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the MPCA. So is this a permanent easement that you are requesting, or does it have a sunset on it?
To Ms. Force, but Ms. Force, I don't believe you actually represent the MPCA.
I do not represent the MPCA.
I think I missed.
Oh, sorry.
I think I misidentified that.
Oh,
okay. Else who could shed light on a permanent easement with the MPCA is, I don't know if there's anyone from the agency or if.
I don't know that Mark Umholtz with the MPCA was able to join early, but currently there is no sunset on the easement. If in the future, as a result of the cleanup that was done as part of the construction, as a result of the MPCA's ongoing efforts to mitigate that groundwater plume, if the vapor mitigation system at some point in the future is no longer needed, that easement could be removed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just want to congratulate. Yeah, just want to congratulate the city on achieving this milestone. Going to be up in that area, a different lake, but up in that area this coming weekend, and really like to see that the LCCMR funding, ENTR funding is put to good use. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members? And then I think there is a motion that is in order, and I will ask either someone from the LCCMR to help us with that motion. Although I do see Senator Westrum's hand up. So go ahead, Commissioner Westrum.
Madam Chair, to the motion, can staff just, maybe Michael or Becca, just restate what it is we're actually needing to decide on today?
Co-sign that. Michael, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah. Madam Chair, Member Westrum, the motion or the decision today is to consider approving the conveyance to the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency a perpetual environmental covenant and easement on approximately 28 acres of land acquired with ENRTF funds, provided a final draft of the easement has been reviewed by LCCMR staff.
Thank you,
Okay, and Michael,
Commissioner Westrom.
we aren't actually, we're just endorsing it or supporting it. It's ultimately gonna happen between the parties or the city and the proposer. Or do we have a legal right to actually sign off on the endorsement, or is this more this is more formality and just getting our blessing, isn't it?
Mr. Varian.
Chair Jordan, Member Westrom. Trust fund statute, any changes and in the interest of land acquired has to be reviewed and approved by the commission. So that's what we're looking at today. The actual easement and the covenant, that piece of it is part of the brownfields program and the work that the town and the PCA are doing. So this is one step in the process as it relates to the use of trust fund dollars.
Madam Chair, just to follow up, as Mike, but maybe to one of the testifiers, if you don't know this, is this standard that the MPCA takes a permanent or perpetual easement on these types of properties, or is this unique to this project for some reason, or is this? I mean, if it's commonplace, I'm just kind of curious. Maybe the MPCA is sitting on a whole raft of acres of land with permanent easements that we're not aware of. I'd just be curious to know while we're talking about it.
This is standard procedure for the MPCA, and literally they have easements on thousands of sites where there's residual contamination that remains in place.
Thank you.
And to that end, do they ever sell them off, or do they just take over the risk?
No, it simply allows them to either put a use limitation on a piece of property where there's residual contamination, so that people that residual contamination is not a threat in the future to residents or people using the site or the environment. There are certain instances where an environmental easement is taken off of a property.
Okay.
Commissioner Westrom, any final follow-up?
I mean, maybe a bigger discussion for maybe another day, but it's kind of brings to light. I guess I'm just hesitant to turn any land over to the state, especially the MPCA. I realize this situation with some contaminants and that, but once it's mitigated or remediated, it seems like it shouldn't be sitting in the MPCA, but it doesn't give me a reason to not support this. I think there's a bigger question at stake here.
I apologize, Mark Umholtz is not available, but I don't, this would not allow the MPCA to take the property. It allows them to place a limitation on the property.
Yeah.
I see Mr. Varian is attempting to be recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jordan and Member Westrom. Another way to maybe think about it is that this is an access easement. It just ensures that the PCA has access to be able to continue to monitor and ensure that those mitigation, the vapor barriers and such are in place, now and into the future. And not so much that the land, it's some portion of the land is, they have ownership of. The land is still owned by the town of Crane Lake. This is largely giving the PCA access to do their work.
And to that final point, Mike, is it just access to a limited part, or is it access to the entire parcel forever?
The town of Crane Lake.
It is just limited to the vapor mitigation system and the monitoring wells around the visitor center.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you. And this was also to clarify that, I mean, there are many different types of easements. And so this is a use or an access easement for purposes of effectuating the brownfields program, is my understanding. And it also, I wanted to check, this easement should not interfere with other use of that property for the purposes of the visitor center and what the town owns it for. Is that right?
The presenters.
That's correct.
Any further questions? Otherwise, I think a motion is in order, and I'm hoping that LCCMR staff can clarify the motion. Commissioner Reed.
I'll move the motion with LCCMR staff wording.
And LCCMR staff, can you please rephrase the Reese motion?
Chair Jordan, member Reese, the motion would read, approve the conveyance to the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency of a perpetual environmental covenant and easement on approximately 28 acres of land acquired with ENRTF funds, provided a final draft of the easement has been reviewed by LCCMR staff.
Members, do we understand the Reese motion? Seeing lots of head nods, LCCMR staff will take the roll.
Albrecht.
Albrecht, yes.
Albrecht, yes. Kerr is excused. Jordan.
Jordan, aye.
Jordan, yes. Beeman.
Beeman, yes.
Beeman, yes. Faber is excused. Fisher.
Fisher, yes.
Fisher, yes. Green is excused. Hedstrom.
Hedstrom, yes.
Hedstrom, yes. Heinzman is excused. Langseth.
Langseth, aye.
Langseth, yes. Lilly. Lilly. McEwen. McEwen. Moore.
Moore, yes.
Moore, yes. Putnam. Putnam.
Yes.
Reese. Putnam, yes. Reese.
Yes.
Reese, yes. Scrava is excused. Westrom.
Yes.
Westrom, yes. Lilly. Currently, there are 10 yes, 0 no.
The motion prevails. Thank you to the town of Crane Lake and for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the 2025 session report. Given everything that's going on, my understanding is that the session report is not yet ready, which is very understandable. So we're going to skip that one for now and move on to any other business before the LCCMR. Director Nash, anything you'd like to go over?
Great, members. So this morning I mentioned that as a result of the Lion and State being scheduled at the Capitol for Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark Hortman on noon to 5 p.m. on Friday, we have done some rejiggering of our schedule. So we have been able to reschedule all of Friday afternoon's presentations to breaks and end of day time slots Wednesday and Thursday. We're also going to be shifting some business items from Friday to Thursday afternoon as well, in case we have time and are prepared to move on those items. While this theoretically will make for longer days, we seem to be moving quite a bit faster than scheduled on the presentation. So I think in reality, we probably might not even need to extend the days too much. We will update the agendas for these days and send out a Gov delivery to our listserv with those revised agendas. And then we'll also update the LCCMR calendar page, the meeting page, the presentation schedule pages so that you can see those as the presenters are going through their presentations. We'll update the House and Senate calendars as well. And then we can email a revised presentation schedule to members if they'd like that as well. I want to thank LCCMR staff for pulling this off. This was a lot of work to be doing the meeting and rescheduling everybody. And I also want to thank the presenters for their flexibility in shifting and fitting in these other time slots and presenting before they were planned to do so. So thank you. And then just to clarify, the meeting Friday will then go from 8:30 to noon. And then we'll still start tomorrow and Thursday at 8:30 and go until we are finished. So that's what I have for you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Nash. To the LCCMR staff and all the presenters, and to the people of Minnesota, as the House Chair, I also really want to thank you for allowing us this time to grieve our Speaker Emerita. It means a lot to our state, and it means a lot to me personally. So thank you for doing that. I don't believe there is any public testimony at this time. Members, staff, anything else to cover for the day?
Just one more thing is the expense forms that they are attached to the calendar appointments, and I think are also getting emailed out daily by NOAA. If you want to fill out just one form for all of the days this week, that would be great. And then we just need to make sure that those get submitted by June 30th, especially because it's the end of fiscal year. So we want to make sure to get those in before the fiscal year cutoff happens. And that's it.
Thank you, members. And with that, we